And we are being live streamed. Got it. Awesome. All right. I just kind of kicked that one off, Shane. I hope that's all right. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. All good?
Excellent. All right. Was that me? Oh, that was from that. Okay. We're good. All right. So thank you all for doing this quick housing authority meeting. We're going to try and keep it to an hour. And really going over I'm going to try and introduce these fundamentals of creating this new housing authority. So every meeting, we're going to just get a little bit more refined. And so I put in your packets a kind of a suggestion on how to agenda protocols, if you guys want to do what the structure would be, as well as how you would like the agenda to be formed. So did that all make sense to you all? Do you have any questions on that? Would you like public comment? I think is the first question. And do you want to structure it similar? I think I would recommend that we structure it similar to our regular meetings, but would love to hear your thoughts.
Public comment's great, in my opinion.
Okay, great.
My initial thought is public comment. I don't see any reason to not have public comment.
Okay,
I think that's fine.
great. I just think
Like limited.
if we just agree on it in the beginning, and that way as it comes up, we can address it. But then, and then as far as the order of the agenda, I did put continued business first and new business last. Are you all okay with that? I know that's not how we structure our current agenda.
How long are these meetings? How long do you expect these meetings to take?
I guess it would depend on the topic. So we have to have one at the first of every year, the first regular meeting of every year. And then from there, it's as needed. So it would really depend on what was the as needed.
Mm-hmm.
You guys agree?
I think it's fine, yeah.
Okay. Great. All right. So I'll do a resolution in our next meeting adopting all this so that it's codified. And then we are drafting an IGA for the shared staff. At this point, since the housing authority is separate than the town, we do need to do a governmental agreement, especially as it relates to finances. The housing authority does have its own EIN right now, so its own tax number, and will be treated as a separate entity as much as we possibly can, especially in the finance area. And then we are drafting a procurement protocol as well. All right. Well, that was what I had for you all, and I will turn it over to Anne.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I am going to share my screen if that's all right.
Oh, wait, Anne, I forgot we were supposed to get a vote to approve. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
And take a roll call?
Yeah. Trustee Edwards?
Yes.
Trustee Cranker?
Yes.
Trustee Harper?
Yes.
Trustee Birma?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Person Barney?
Yes.
Mayor Furman?
Yes.
Great. Formalities. Okay, now we can turn it over to Anne.
So just before we dive into everything, I wanted to share this overview of what we're sort of looking at today as far as funding opportunities for the Silverton Housing Authority. We'll be going over the Building Better Places training grant, or rather training, and then the local planning capacity grant and the More Housing Now grant. This is a general overview of everything. I will start with what's next on our agenda, which is the Building Better Places training opportunity. So Community Builders has reached out to Gloria, inviting the Silverton Housing Authority to participate in their training that is happening March 6th through 8th in Glenwood. And the benefit of this training would be to have one-on-one consultation and support for developing a strategic plan for our housing authority. This comes at a really great time, in my opinion, because the Silverton Housing Authority Board is facing a lot of change with the upcoming election. So in order to keep the momentum rolling there, I think that this training would be a really awesome opportunity. If you look in the memo, let's see, at the end of the application, rather, that's below the memo for Building Better Places, there's a team composition. It's suggested to be a group of 5 people. And so the group would be myself, Lucy, Beth Kramer, Dana, and either Tyler, George, or Jim Harper. So we would need to verify that the trustees could attend. Basically, yeah. I don't know, Gloria, at this point, who makes a motion, or do I open it up for questions, or what are we doing?
Sure, I would open up for any questions.
All right, it's open for questions.
This looked really exciting to me. I really like how you guys have framed this, that we could use it as an opportunity to develop a strategic plan for the housing authority as we go into the potential for new board members. I think this is great. I had already told Gloria I'd love to attend, so I'd love to be a part of it. I think it looks really exciting and in line with what we're doing. So great job.
And I guess we would be recruiting either Tyler or Jim or whoever. Well, Tyler, I think you would be the first choice.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my
Yep.
calendar, actually.
And then we would go from there. But they do want a mix of staff and electeds.
And is there a cost associated with the training?
They asked for $1,200, and then everything else, your lodging, your food is paid for, and the training itself.
Got it.
This is through Community Builders, so
Yeah, got it. Okay.
subsidized. And that's for everyone, not just for one person.
That's a great deal.
Yeah.
Supporting, I'm totally on board. I think this is an awesome opportunity, and I think always when we partner with community builders, that's just, we have really good results. I'm completely in favor, so don't let my questioning make it sound like I'm not in favor of this opportunity. I was just curious about I couldn't tell, as a result of this training, is the outcome that is this sort of a work session training? Like, will the outcome be an actual strategic plan, or will it be how to strategically plan for housing?
It will be a work session with the outcome being a strategic plan.
Nice. Okay, that's really a good use of funds too, I think. Thank you for that. And is there a chance that we don't get in? I mean, we're the favorites. We're gonna get in.
Yeah.
There is a chance, but I'm working with we were personally invited, first of all, and then second of all, I'm working closely with, I think her name's Olivia, Gloria, but the gal in charge
Sure, yeah,
And
of the
JJ.
training.
yeah, she came on like at the end, yeah,
Mhm.
great.
Yeah. So there is a chance, but
Wow. Thanks. All right. Any questions or concerns?
Okay, so we need a motion to agree to submit the SHA application to the Building Better Places Training with Community Builders.
So moved. Second.
Trustee Edwards,
Yes.
trustee Cranker,
Yes.
trustee Harper,
Yes.
trustee Grandma,
Yes.
trustee George,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney,
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
All right.
next,
You want me to do the local planning one?
yes.
Okay, great. So I think it's a little bit further down in the agenda. I'm trying to find that now. But this opportunity is for capacity building for projects that help expedite affordable housing aligned with Proposition 123. So it could be a couple things, but what we're really focusing this grant on is to support a position of the executive or director of the housing authority. And that will obviously help like stabilize that position and help you grow as you form your housing authority. Obviously Anne is director now, so it's great that we have someone already in mind. So that's sounds like it's really good for the grant as well, as we've talked to Patrick Rondinelli at DOLA already. We can ask up to 200,000 to use over 2 years. And it is requiring a 20% match, and we believe that we can utilize the benefits currently provided to the housing coordinator as the financial match. So what has been suggested is, they're kind of looking at utilizing funds for a higher percentage the first year of their salary, and then kind of a lower percentage the second year. So maybe 75% salary the first year and 25 next year. The idea is that they want to see us have the ability to, again, stabilize that position and find other funding sources. So it's not just relying on this one grant. We do require a letter of interest from the town of Silverton due on December 4th. And if we're accepted in afterwards, we would have to apply by February and receive the funds in the spring, which is pretty good timing on that. So just interested to hear if you are willing to go forward with this grant application. Obviously, there's that match component. Like I said, we would hopefully be utilizing the financial aspect of the benefits for both years. But happy to answer any questions about that as well.
Shane or Dana or Jim?
Beth, is there a chance that it comes back and we can't use the benefits and then it would be out of pocket? Like, how confident are we in that commitment we've already made?
Well, I think we're still getting the final confirmation, but we would definitely know that before the application due. So I think that
Yeah.
there's definitely a good, I would suggest moving forward with the letter of interest at least, and then we can continue exploring that.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. This seems like a great opportunity.
Anything else? Okay. This is obviously right in line with our housing priorities and goals, so let's go for it. I think we just need direction here. And we need to submit a letter, correct?
Yeah, so I
From the
do
town?
have a letter drafted. I'm not sure if it made the packet, and I apologize if it didn't. I think it did.
The More Housing Now one did, but I didn't get one for the local planning.
Okay.
yeah.
It's more of an application than a letter, to tell you the truth. It's like a mini application. So again, to tell you exactly what we're trying to go for and why the need is here. So I can send that over to Gloria. For you.
Or would you just give us direction to fill it out and?
It
Yeah.
sounds like we have unanimous support for
Yeah.
it, so.
All right. Then I think we're on to the More Housing Now grant.
Okay. Okay, so DOLA, in partnership with the Energy Mineral Impact Assistance Fund, AIF, opened an application for the More Housing Now and Land Use Grant on November 1st. It closes December 1st. And staff has identified this grant to be a good opportunity to acquire technical assistance to acquire funding for technical assistance of engineering plans of the site, including the remaining infrastructure plans and slope stability and grading and all of that stuff. These are the final plans that are needed to get the let me back up. This is for the apartments that are drafted to go on lots 1 and 32 in Anvil, so just above the apartment complex that already exists. This was part of the CHAFA technical assistance, where they, mapped out what the rest of Anvil should look like in order to best address our needs. And so the rest of the pre-development phase for these apartments is to get these engineering plans and access road design and all of that. This grant has a maximum award of $200,000. I haven't yet received the quotes from the engineers that we requested, but I think it will come in lower than $200,000. The match required for this grant is 10%. And the possible match could come from the lodging tax, the Affordable Housing Fund, that was approved, I think it was last year. So that would have to go to the county and be requested there. Let's see. Beth, am I missing anything?
I just want everyone to understand where it is that we're talking about. It's the apartment complex behind the current apartment complex. And the idea is that this grant opportunity gives us the way to move forward in some capacity on what is probably a long-term project. Because we still need to do site readiness. And then once the site readiness, then we can go forward in an RFP in terms of, do we want to develop or modular or stick build or whatever. So the reason why we're kind of looking at this is because the grant match at this time is really good. It's favorable for this technical assistance. DOLA hasn't done a lot of affordable housing technical assistance grants in the past either. It's always been just actual building. So we saw this as an opportunity because we don't necessarily know if they're gonna continue these types of projects.
And this work has to be done for the site regardless of how far out the construction planning.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's kind of, in our mind, it's working on parallel roads, right? This isn't taking away from the townhomes necessarily, but it's another project that we feel is important to continue forward because a lot of the focus that we've been doing on, rightly so, has been for sale. Now that we have a housing authority, one of the thoughts originally when forming that was to provide additional rental units. And so this apartment complex will provide those rental units that the housing authority would own and manage.
And
But
have
we
it
have to get agreement from the county.
For the match, I believe so, since it's part of the lodging tax. It's, funds have already been obviously allocated for affordable housing. So the request would have to be the amount that we'd want to pull for that.
And does that funding take away, like, I understand that we're doing two parallel things and we haven't deprioritized the townhomes in favor of, I think these are you calling this the boxcar? But are the matching funds, is this the best way to use the matching funds to support housing?
That's a really good question. So again, favorable because of the matching ratio here on that. Does it take away from the total pot that we have? Yes. Does it go through affordable housing? It also does. My thought and kind of the conversations that we're having internally with staff is that with the townhomes, they will be for sale.
Yes.
So eventually you will reap that financial contributions back. Hopefully you are a net zero. With the apartment complexes, if they continue to be rentals, the more money that you can find to invest or find to help support that funding, the less you're going to have to pay capitalize in the long run. So yes, it will take from it, but
it's like an upfront savings on
Yeah.
something that's going to continue to cost us money over time.
Also, I think we need more rental inventory.
Yeah, right.
I think
And
if staff thinks it's possible to keep all these great balls in the air, I think this is a great option because I definitely hear, whether it's through the chamber meetings or talking to business owners or elsewhere, that the rental component is really important as we think about affordable housing. So I'd be really supportive of how we continue to move that ball forward as well. So I think this seems like a good opportunity based on the recommendations from staff on how to keep a focus on a primarily rental focused property.
I think I'll jump in here unless anyone else has something to say. So especially with our new financial capacity as a housing authority, we can finance these for sale homes. And so in my opinion, using the lodging tax as a match specifically for this grant takes that the impact of that fund and really expands it. So again, I think the quotes will come in lower than $200,000. So I'm guessing ballpark from what I've heard, it would be close to like $8 grand, $9 grand, $10 grand. And that's not official yet at all. But just to sort of throw that out there, we wouldn't be
The match.
as a match. Yep. And most DOLA grants require 25% or more. And this grant only requires 10%. So in my eyes, this is like a really good opportunity.
Jim, Jordan?
I think this is great. As long as we can, as Dana said, handle all the balls in the air. We definitely need more rental inventory. What is available is kind of scarce and iffy at times.
Yeah. Jim?
Thank you. I don't know if there's a lot to say that hasn't already been said. This is something that we've been working on for several years, and we've reached this point through the culmination of everyone's help. And I don't think there's anything or anyone that's going to stand in the way of seeing this come to fruition. I I think just keep the ball rolling, keep moving down the field.
Yeah, it is really exciting to see the housing, like we were like, the housing authority accesses money. And then now we're like, let's set up, Gloria's been pushing this for so long. And now here we are sitting and having conversations about using the housing authority to access funding. And this is like a moment we should blink and notice. Here we are.
In my notes for today's meeting, I wrote yes in all caps and woohoo. Like, it's just really neat to see how much the staff has been able to get done in this amount of time, like putting all the pieces in place. And again, just to kind of highlight it for our community is that, people aren't always seeing the structure getting built, but we're getting the pieces in place to really have an impact. So I just wanted to thank Beth and Ann and Sarah and Gloria and Lucy, who've all worked on this and really put the ducks in a row to make us qualified to access some of these historic levels of funding. It's really exciting to see.
Okay, so all we have to do is give direction to approve pursuing the More Housing Now grant application. And that we will sign the letter of approval.
And we'd also need a request from the town to the county for the funds.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Let me jump in real quick. So More Housing Now is going to, if approved, is going to be applied on behalf of the town. So that will actually have to be signed in the regular trustee meeting. What needs to be signed now is the letter of support from the housing authority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, that's good, Anne. So we'll see this again on our regular agenda. And what do we need to do to request the funding from the county other than say,
Just give us direction and we'll do that.
consider yourself directed? All the power we have sitting here.
Right. We are cooking along.
And there are 2 homes that are income limited to 80% and 1 home to 100%. And the expected completion of these is 2 of them by next summer or by next fall, and then the final one by fall of 2025. San Juan Development Association has created a application to be entered into a lottery system to be selected to buy one of these homes. The qualifications for this application are: first, you need to have lived in San Juan County for 12 out of the last 24 months immediately prior to the application opening. And then you must make 80 to 100% of the area median income level. The application went live on November 14th. It closes on December 14th. Let's see. Once applications are approved, they're entered into the lottery. If you looked over the lottery procedure, it states and outlines how the priority qualifications are defined and their equivalent entries, additional entries. And so the lottery will be completed and everyone will be notified of their application status right before Christmas, I think is how it'll pan out. Tomorrow night at the Performing Arts Center at the Silverton School, there is a community info night where we will present to the community the application overview, help people through some of the sticky spots of the application. And then San Juan Development Association has also been working with Homes Fund to offer a home ownership course hosted in Silverton on December 2nd. Does anyone have any questions or feedback? Maybe just questions about the application.
I'd love to jump in. So this is awesome. I'm really excited to see this. It's something, like Dana was saying before, and Jim was saying before, that we've been working towards for years. It's really cool to see like actual homes that are going to be available for people in this affordable housing pool. I don't know how actionable this question / suggestion is given the timing, but I kind of went through the process as if I were a potential applicant to see how complicated it felt or where like the confusion points were. And I think that this open house will help a lot with that. But something that occurred to me as I was clicking through is that it'd be really nice to have some type of like FAQ or infographic that didn't require you to like click through like 4 different parts of the website to figure out like, do I qualify? What is the cost of the total house or even the range of cost? And then like, what's the down payment? I feel like those are kind of like the gating items for someone figuring out whether or not it's worth their time to investigate the rest of this and like set a meeting with somebody. And so like seeing like the 80 to 100% AMI or 120% AMI, there's the table on the website, but just seeing like in the packet we have like 80 to 120% or whatever the percentages are, doesn't tell somebody a dollar amount. It's like, oh, like I'm within that income bracket as a family. So I thought that could be something easily extracted to say like, do you make as a family between this amount and this amount? And understanding that, you know, the price of the total house is going to be between, and I'm making up numbers now because I don't have the website in front of me, but between like $230,000 and $280,000 or whatever it is, and that the down payment will be 5%. I just felt like those were things that I had to kind of dig through to find, and it'd be really cool to have like an easier place to just like click through and see like, is it worth my time to educate myself on this?
Thank you.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't know if it's practical to get that done within the time frame we have, but like if there are ways to like answer those really initial questions to urge people to like spend the time to apply, that'd be really cool to figure out ways to do that.
Yeah, this has been a beast to try to create, and I appreciate the feedback. We've had a ton of interest in the community info night. So yeah, I think
Awesome.
I do want to point out as well, and so this will be good to know for the future. This lottery and application was designed to be adapted to like the Silverton Housing Authority in the future. So yeah, creating like a clear like checklist or something of the application is like, and like, is this worth my time? Yeah. We'll
Nice.
add that.
And then the other thought I had is mortgages and loans for hundreds of thousands of dollars are daunting. Is there a list of local lenders that are interested in participating in this? And can we provide their contact information somewhere on the website as well to say like, if you're interested, since you have to be pre-approved for a mortgage in order to qualify, like here's a couple of resources to help you figure out if you can get pre-approved?
Yes, that is linked on the website. I think it's on one of the numbers. I don't have it in front of me, but on the point that says get a pre-approval letter, we strongly recommend working either with Homes Fund in Durango or CHAFA. And it's linked there, and the CHAFA link brings you to a list of lenders. And I've had applicants tell me already that they've used both of these resources.
Fantastic. Okay, cool.
Thank
Thank you.
I think this is really thorough and a big, huge lift. And like Shane said, it's good to see it actually in place because I think everybody had lots of questions about how this would work. So thank you. We did get one question about kind of the points or the additional prioritization for different applications. And I just wanted to clarify something regarding like a remote worker who lives in San Juan County. I was curious on your list. Let me find what page it was. It was like I loved all the examples you put. I think that was super helpful for people. My question was on page 22 for resident E. They've lived here for 3 years. They work remotely. I guess I would understand that that person would have 2 entries because they qualify with the AMI by submitting an application, and then they also live in San Juan County for at least 2 years. So wouldn't their total entries be 2?
So the priority qualifications are essential workforce, non-essential workforce in San Juan County or resident of San Juan County, either qualified disabled or qualified retired. So the second one, non-essential workforce in San Juan County, it's defined, at least it should be, defined that you have to be working for a business located within San Juan County. So that excludes remote workers.
Yeah.
And getting priority entry.
Okay, so I think it was the resident of San Juan County entry that was not quite clear, that it was someone who's qualified disabled or qualified retired. I don't think that totally came through in the documentation. It said unemployed, but it didn't necessarily say like on disability.
Yep. And now that I'm looking at the packet, I sent you an old version. The updated version on the website. So these were changed with feedback from the Board of County Commissioners. So good catch. That is different.
Okay, gotcha. So
But
in
yeah,
the updated
so
version, it's more explicit around like qualified retired or qualified disabled.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
And then another question I had, and maybe this is updated, is that I thought the let's see, the definition, like the places where people would initial that, like they're very clear that they know what they're getting into and that this is deed restricted. I did wonder what your guys' thoughts are on like making it very clear up front that the appreciation rate for these homes will be different. It will not be a market rate of appreciation, and that you have somewhere in the process that I noticed it online. I saw the information somewhere, but just making sure it's really explicit so people know that there are appreciation caps on these properties.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I had a similar, but almost like from the other perspective of just what is the, like, it's really important to me that these houses remain affordable over time and through many iterations and turnovers and sale. And I understand, like, we want homeownership is, you know, a huge leverage to equity and income sort of generationally. And so we want people to earn, you know, to receive equity from their homes. And I just feel I want to express strong support for the longevity of affordability here. So we want people who are purchasing the homes to understand those terms. And I think for taxpayers and for our community to understand and have some assurances that these are places that have affordability built into them over the long term. And I'm wondering if that's built in through our work as a housing authority, or if it's defined in some of the grant. I know certain grant funding, requires
So I can answer.
certain qualifications. So yeah.
It's connected to the deed restriction,
Mhm.
which is owned by the county. And
And what are the terms of that?
It's a 30-year deed restriction, which is
For the first owner, or like for the 30 years of the life of the structure?
of the structure.
Okay.
Yep. So 30 years is basically what most municipalities are doing. Some are exploring longer terms.
I was gonna say, what happens after 30?
It goes to market.
Yeah, 30 years, it turns out, goes by a little faster than I thought.
It's better than, I think some of our previous houses were.
It's
We have
better.
7 or 10 years on those.
That's right.
People would wait 7 years and then.
That's
But
right.
the main thing is,
That's
so
what I'm asking about.
they, the main thing and what we've seen in the past with the other deed restrictions is that the owner of the deed, an old nonprofit dissolved, and so there was no contract anymore.
Like an accountability to
Yeah.
the restriction. And so who holds the accountability now?
The county, since they have the deed.
Okay.
And maybe that when you,
Yeah, it would be transferred over.
when you annex it, then the town. So there's a lot less risk there.
Yeah, great. I'm so glad you clarified that. In terms of income verification, I apologize. I did not go through the application to kind of take it for a test drive. But just to verify employment and income, is that just submitting your tax returns? How are we verifying?
So at this stage, San Juan Development Association does not want to receive every applicant's personal financial information. So we've created a income calculator for applicants to fill out. It's an Excel sheet that has a bunch of equations in it so that it generates exactly what your income level is. Additionally, when applicants are obtaining their pre-approval letter, they must share the deed restriction with their lender. And so in that pre-approval letter, it will say like so-and-so is qualified and within the income level of this deed restriction. Once applicants once they win and are like secured to purchase a home, San Juan Development Association does have to personally verify that applicant's income level, just to make sure that we are following the deed restrictions. But that again will only be for like the 3 applicants for the 3 homes.
Okay.
And that'll be much closer to the time that the house would be ready for them to move into. So they must maintain the income level, or at least within the 80 to 100% up until that time. And unfortunately, if they move out of it,
Either direction. Yeah.
they wouldn't. Well, if they move lower, they could still go for it.
Right. They would, they would
Yeah.
qualify if they moved lower,
But if
but not
you-
necessarily if they went to unemployed. Like what if someone loses their job?
That I would have to get back to you.
Well, then they might not have the lender
Yeah.
Yeah.
anymore.
No. So the idea is that we collect as much information, but not all of it now, so that we can run the lottery. And then, 90, 60, and 30 days up until closing of the house, we will have kind of check marks to ensure that they still meet the requirements, still have the pre-approval, still have the ability to get a mortgage. And that will really be the final analysis.
Okay. Right, with the other checkpoints, sort of the checks and balances being the lender. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
And do you just want to give a final pitch for the info night happening tomorrow? It's at school. What time is it happening?
Starts at 6:30 p.m. It's at the school in the Performing Arts Center, which is at the bottom level. Yes, we will go over the application, go over like all of these similar questions that you all had tonight, and it's open to everyone. It'll be tailored to people who are interested in applying, obviously, but if anyone would like to have more information or ask questions about the lottery and the process, you are invited to come. Additionally, on Saturday, December 2nd, Homes Fund is coming to Silverton if we get enough people to register. And that is a home ownership education course. It's all day Saturday, December 2nd, and it's $15 for the book. And all of that information is on our website and on our social media.
And the website is,
San Juan Development .com.
And I just want to make a note that if a person is interested in going to Homes Fund for their mortgage, they have to take the class. So if anyone is looking at using Homes Fund as their lender, they have to take this class that we're bringing up to Silverton. So it's a great opportunity.
And those classes are very comprehensive.
Yeah, if it's your first time buying a house, probably a good idea.
If no other questions, I just want to take this time to say that Anne has done incredible work on this. She has only gotten in her positions for a couple of months. And this was really the first ask from the town and San Juan Development. She had totally owned it, did tons of research, created a program that we've all been wanting for a really long time. So, and just, I tell her a lot, she's doing great work, but I want everyone also to know this is a big project. This is a very big project. And we're hopeful that, we'll learn from it, right? There might be some bumps and lessons learned or ways that we can communicate better, but it's great to see this finally off the ground.
This is super awesome. Thank you.
yeah, again, this is one of those other projects that I feel like we've been talking about for years. We've discussed fairness and how would this look and what are the questions we need to ask and how would we design it. And this is just another one of those moments to stop and appreciate that we made it this far.
So there are a lot of places in the US that don't even have programs like this. And I think we all know that Silverton is not the only place struggling with affordable housing.
Right.
So this is a huge accomplishment, I think.
Yeah, it's huge. Thank you.
Yeah, and then one more thing that I want to mention as well is that these 3 homes are limited to 80 and 100% AMI. But the townhomes and then future Zanoni properties, those can have a wider range of AMI. Yeah, some people are figuring out that they're just a little bit too high over. So I just want to communicate to you all and to the public that there are more opportunities coming.
And AMI for these houses is set by JAPA, not by the San Juan Development Association.
The AMIs that we're going after is set by the Division of Housing
Okay.
and DOLA. Well,
For
And the grants that are
exactly.
supporting.
for these, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to put in one final plug for the longevity of affordability. So looking at and being really analytical about, I appreciate 30 years is a significant improvement and that's held with the county and we have some security there, and just looking at what does it look like to even be more radical with long-term affordability. And I don't know if what it happens after 30 years, if it looks like, after 30 years, there's a gradual release or, it just having something sort of suddenly come on the market after 30 years. I know that it's maybe wouldn't feel sudden because it would be a 30-year warning that that's about to happen. But I just want to express as strongly as possible that designing for that is really important.
I do agree with Sally, especially given the footprint of Silverton. Once something is no longer affordable housing, it's no longer affordable housing forever. And if we just stick to 30 years and like are trying to think about longevity, that eventually means that all those houses will be on the market.
I think what we could do in the meantime and give an update is to explore other links and the pros and cons of other links, because there are pros and there are cons.
Right.
And we can probably present that back to you. I will just say that this deed is tied also to this grant, so I don't think there's a lot of flexibility with this upcoming project.
Yeah, this current one,
But for future projects, we can definitely have that conversation before we go after any grant funding to make sense for whatever you all think makes sense.
I appreciate that. Thanks. Anything?
And kind of along the lines you were saying, Brad brought this up before, of like having the ability to opt into a deed restricted for homes that already exist too would be a good potential way to build affordable housing stock out of our current market housing stock.
Idea.
Yeah, for my interview for this job position, I did have to come up with like a solution for affordable housing in San Juan County, and that sort of program is what I've researched. So yeah, I don't know. I'm so new to all of the like local government, Gloria, but I need to receive specific direction from the board to pursue that kind of thing, or is that something that I can like look into and then present?
I think you just received some direction to look into that.
Yeah, I think all of these sort of creative solutions, especially because of what Liv was saying with our limited expansion capacity, and it would be really good to explore the possibilities without precluding or, dropping one of the balls that's already sort of being juggled and has some momentum. I think that's the only risk. And, the more we give you direction, the more you have to sometimes push back on us and say, can you see what I just put in your pack? I have a lot going on.
Maybe like a medium priority would be nice if you have time to look into.
Great. Yeah, I just want to get through the next few deadlines. Next 2 weeks. And then
Yeah,
I'll be good to go.
after that. But yeah, I think what Jordan said, and just any other possibilities that aren't necessarily on our radar because we aren't studying housing and researching different opportunities that you might be exposed to that we just aren't.
And our next housing authority meeting, while we're on this subject, is going to be January 8th, I think, or the first Monday in January before our regular meeting.
By law.
Yeah, as set in our ordinance, but and we will have updates for you on all of this. Good. So that's exciting. I guess that's me wrapping it up so that we can start our meeting in 5 minutes. All right. It is 6:56 and we call this meeting adjourned. Sound good?
Great.
All right. Take a 5-minute break before, or 4-minute break before 7 o'clock. Right.
Jane, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but we were calling for Shane.
Oh, my connection's bad. Sorry.
We could probably do the pledge, maybe.
Okay, yeah. Okay, for anyone who would like, it's time for the pledge.
I pledge
allegiance
to the flag
of the United States
of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We start. Is Jim there or Dana there? Or Shane?
Did we lose all of them?
Guys.
I guess, yeah, we could start.
We refreshed a couple minutes ago, so I'm wondering if maybe he had to refresh again.
Okay.
He said that this wasn't working.
I think I just got it.
Not getting any warmer.
The sweater tonight.
Oh, there we go.
I put this right next to the window, so it's freezing cold too.
Radiator next time. That's what I did as a kid. Okay, Shane, we're ready when you are.
And we just did the Pledge of Allegiance.
Can you hear us okay, Shane? It seems like.
Can anybody out there hear us?
I can
Oh.
hear you. It kind of looks like Shane is frozen.
Oh, yeah.
Someone Zoom chat Shane.
No, he's moving.
I think we're good. They heard us.
Jane, do you want to start the meeting? No, it looks like you're not muted, but we can't hear you.
I think your audio's funky right now.
Yeah, like it's not connected.
Here, I'll text him. If he can't hear us, he can't hear us.
Did you text him, Gloria? Okay.
And he can't hear us.
Oh. Jim, can you hear us?
Yeah.
You can hear us.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, and we can hear you. Perfect.
We checked Dana already.
How are we doing now?
There
Great.
you go.
Okay, great.
We did the pledge, Shane, so we're just ready to start the regular meeting.
Okay, fantastic. Well, and we're all good?
Totally.
Great. All right. Well, welcome everyone to a regular meeting of the Silverton Board of Trustees. Today is Monday, November 27th. The time is 7:05 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Trustee Edwards,
Here.
trustee Cranker,
Here.
trustee Harper,
Here.
trustee Grandma,
Here.
trustee George,
Here.
Chairperson Barney,
Here.
Chair Furman.
Here. Thank you very much. Do we have any revisions to this evening's agenda?
We did receive a note from the San Juan County Historical Society regarding the cemetery that I sent to the trustees this morning along with a memo. There isn't a representative here at the this time, but we were requesting to add this to the agenda item 4A. And then if this request is approved, I will add their letter and memo to the agenda packet after the meeting for public record. But I don't see a representative here from the Historic Society, but their memo is pretty extensive.
Well, what do you recommend?
Let's see, anyone, Mike Carpet, no. I mean, I think it would be really beneficial if someone was here to talk through it with you all. I could talk on our end as far as prioritizing and capacity wise, but I was kind of expecting someone to be here, so maybe it can wait until the next meeting to discuss if you're all are okay with that.
I felt like your memo is pretty clear, and this seems like something that a lot of people care quite a bit about. And so I'm more of the opinion of, even if we're somewhat uninformed, we can at least take the recommended action from staff. And then if the Historical Society would like to iterate on that or urge us to go a different direction at the next meeting, then we could welcome them at that point.
Okay. Yep.
So would that mean we would be adding this as an agenda item to new business?
Yes. Yeah, so I was gonna put them first if there was a representative here, but we could put them at 4C if needed.
Great. Any objections to that, trustees?
Sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Cool. Okay. And I assume no other revisions to the agenda by the board? Great. We'll now open public comment. We'll start with in-person. From my limited view of the room, it doesn't look like anyone's there, but if there is anyone in person, we'll start with in-person public comment and move to Zoom public comment. If you're on Zoom, please click the raise hand button. Do we have anyone in person?
There's no one here.
Okay. And I do not see any raised hands on Zoom. So we'll close public comment. There will be another public comment at the end of the meeting. And we will move on to our first substantive agenda item, which is new business item 4A, Silverton ski joring request for contract and funding.
All right. So I've prepared a memo with some context around the contract that Silverton Ski Joring is proposing, but I will let a representative from Ski Joring speak on the organization's behalf. I would remind you all that the budget allocations need to be decided on in the next 2 weeks, hopefully tonight, unless another special meeting is called before the anticipated adoption of the 2024 budget on December 11th. And then if you all want to discuss this with other budget items, that is later on in this agenda. So wanted to give you guys that option as well. And I think Nathan is on for ski joring. In a ski joring representative hat. Yes, that is a hat that says ski joring, so you're good.
Thank you, Gloria. I did want to just preface this conversation with the fact that we took the 2021 contract that was created whenever John Oates, I believe, was president, and it was mainly geared towards the documentary because we didn't have ski joring that year. We have created a 5-year contract for ski jor. As the representative for the town on the ski jor board, I've worked with the interim president, Jim Harper, in his capacity at that time, to go ahead and create this 5-year contract. They've run successful events. As the communications and events manager, this is my goal, to contract our historical events that have been run well in the past. And I am comfortable with this contract as both the town representative and the ski tour town representative. And I would pass this along to Mr. Harper as he is the one who has signed the contract.
Passing it over to me to have additional context.
Correct.
Thank you, Nathan. In formulating this contract and wanting to submit it to the town, working with the different representatives and working with the remaining board, the board is evolving, the board's changing, getting the event back to its grassroots, going back to really trimming the fat, getting it down, and making it leaner, streamlining it, and stronger, and looking towards a 5-year instead of a 1 to 2, possibly a 3-year, and wanting and working with town to put a cap on that so that this event can never ask for anything over 20,000, which I think should be a threshold. But over a 5-year period, the 15,000 consecutively as a joint public-private partnership is something that we have valued and want to keep this tradition going. We want to keep this partnership going. And it's the reason why it was designed this way, working with the town's input, obviously with the Silverton ski touring board input. And it's our premier winter event. So we want to keep that rolling.
Are there any questions from the board?
Great, thank you. Would you be able to remind us around last year's discussion a little bit? And I believe we funded $5,000 last year, and the thinking behind asking for significantly more than was funded last year.
I'll go ahead and just start. Jim, if I missed anything, please let me know. Originally, the $15,000 was contracted in 2021. And because that contract was already agreed upon and written, it was my thought that we would just use that as a template for the normal amount of $15,000. I don't quite recall the discussions between the Board of Trustees for the town of why that amount was reduced. Maybe Jim would be able to assist.
The amount was reduced due to the fact that the town had already partnered with the event to work and produce a motion picture, which was essentially an infomercial, not only for the town of Silverton, but for Silverton ski touring.
Was there, I mean, I'm a little hazy, so I don't want to say anything incorrect, but my recollection was that we'd funded less previously, and then we stepped it up to that $15,000 amount to fund that motion picture promo. And then we stepped it back down last year after that promo was completed. And so I guess I'm curious if we're not funding another promo, why would we consider funding 3 times what we funded last year?
Nathan, you want me to jump in?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. No, that's a great question. And as my memory is hazy on this as well, the town and the original partnership amount was much higher than the 5,000. And the $5,000 amount was due to the fact that there was not an event that previous year. So what we did is, in working with the town and saying, hey, you've already funded this. We're asking for a little bit more because it was already in the budget. And we're just looking to continue that $15,000 partnership for the years to come.
So did it get rolled over from the year that it wasn't used?
That is correct. So the amount of money really hasn't changed. It's just in the duration of when it was funded.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks Nathan and Jim for this clarification. I think for me, as I think about all our various priorities, right? That's what we continue to do, is talk about priorities and trade-offs and values. I think for me, in looking at the contract, I am reluctant to commit up to the $20,000 amount. I mean, when I think of our budget as a whole, you know, we're only allocated $25,000 a year to our capital improvements fund, and that's a pretty significant community priority, I think. So I'm pretty reticent to contribute that level of funding to a one-time event, especially when this event has other sources for fundraising and sponsorship. And so I would just really like to encourage the ski touring board to pursue some of those options. But as the contract is, I'm not willing to go to those higher levels of funding of the 20,000 or the 17,000. So maybe we want to negotiate somewhere differently, but you know, thinking about what we do for Summer Sounds or other events, I would be more interested in like a $10,000 range or something similar to what we've done last year. And then as a note on the contract, there seemed to be several typos where it wasn't totally clear if it was trying to say the town of Silverton or Silverton, but we have a lot of references to the Silverton. So I just would want to see that changed if this contract is approved or amended. But yeah, I think it's a super important event in the winter. My family and I have enjoyed it and gone to it every year we're here. We've brought friends to it. No one's seen it. It's one of the most remarkable things you'll ever see. But as far as the town's contribution and commitment, when I put this in the context of other things that we fund, I just think I'd like to see a different level of funding.
I would like to clarify that events such as Summer Sounds are not economic drivers for the town of Silverton or its businesses. It does attract individuals, but mainly locals to those events. But with an event like skijoring, it is for the month of February, the main economic driver within Silverton. It does bring in thousands of individuals for every event that it does. And as much as I'm trying to create a winter event economy for our businesses, it is very hard to do. But Skijour has been one of the top drivers for that winter economy.
Thanks,
Nathan, I think you're
doing
a wonderful job, but I think you're speaking out of turn to say that Summer Sounds is not an economic driver and skijouring is. Unless you have the data to back that up, I don't think that should be stated as fact.
I also think too, if we're emphasizing that, like, then there's roles for the businesses to do sponsorships, which I know they do. But again, I'm not saying the town should not support this important event. I absolutely think we should. I think it's a great showcase during our winter season. I'm just saying that the level of funding that's requested and proposed is not commiserate, I think, with some of our other priorities as well. So certainly not saying the funding should go to zero. I know we also provide a good variety of in-kind support with our public work staff and our equipment. So definitely not advocating for zero, but not advocating for what's presented.
Yeah, and then I think, Nathan, the other piece of what you said that is, I don't know, I can see this from multiple perspectives, but I think in terms of, you know, what is the town prioritizing and what are we funding? And I look at, you know, those lists, and we're about to head into this for budgeting. For the remainder of the budget, prioritizing the events, I think that do support locals and do bring out our own community, or at this, at the level that we're talking about, which is, I think, around $87,500 over the next 5 years is what the contract proposes. I mean, that is certainly on the level of, I can't help but think about the housing meeting that we just had, and the grant matches that we won, and the land banking that we're doing, and the wetland preservation, and Dana brought up the perimeter trail, and we just have so many priorities, I think, that are really putting community first. And just, I think, like what Dana was saying, fitting ski drawing in as an event, it's certainly something we enjoy. It's certainly it's a highlight of the winter. Is it the #1 winter economic driver at this point? I don't even know that that's something that needs to be a part of the conversation here. I think it's, to what degree is it the town's responsibility to invest in a weekend in the winter at this point? And to what extent what does that look like financially for us, especially in a year where we're looking at reducing our budget by about $40,000 and looking at, upcoming expenses related to, we haven't even gotten to infrastructure yet. So, I would really support the current funding that we've given for the past, at the $5,000 amount, and looking at this as, in addition to the in-kind work that the town does for the event. I think that shows a lot of support. And, if we can expedite, which, you are the event planner. So if we have expedite, street closures or permitting, or, making sure that fences and railings are up, I think that's what the town can do to show support for the event.
And I agree, this contract would, as with all contracts, help streamline the events. And not to say that all the events that we do within the town during the winter are not beneficial for our locals. I absolutely cannot wait to plan our snowscape event. That's one of my favorites, along with Ski Tour. But I do believe in this event, and it's joy that it's brought me. That's why I've joined Mr. Harper, and I appreciate the discussion. And not to speak out of turn, but this is one event that I really do support. And with being gone for quite a while on some well-needed time off, I'm not completely up to date with all the discussions that you are having, which is why we are bringing this to you now.
Yeah, I just would echo what Sally and Shane have said. I think that the event has a lot of value. I love skijoring. It happens right on my street every winter, and it's really fun. We get to watch it from my roof. And I definitely support the money that we've already offered. But the contract numbers, when I was looking through it, is just a bit tenuous given where we are at with the budget, and it makes me a little uncomfortable.
Jordan or Tyler?
I mean, I would agree kind of with everyone else's sentiment, and my memory of the discussions prior to this was putting money into the film and kind of building the momentum so that you ask for less money every year rather than more money. But yeah, it seems like a lot for one event.
Yeah, I feel like our previous conversations about ski touring focused on future sustainability. And this seems to be going the opposite direction of our previous conversations. I thought that we were going to try and, if not stabilize the price, even, if not make it go down, at least stabilize what the town was able to give. And yeah, I like how everybody else, I really want to see it happen. I think it's a great event. It does bring a ton of people in, and anecdotally, when I ran a bar and a catering company, this was like, for us, it was like 4th of July in the winter. So, but yeah, the $20,000 a year is, it's too much, I think.
Well, so between the in-kind donation valued at $8,225 and the $5,000 we did last year, we'd be at an aggregate contribution of 13,225, which is still, I think, a pretty respectable amount. And I would feel comfortable agreeing to that amount into perpetuity, you know, with this contract, and saying for the next 5 years, we'll do $5,000 a year, assuming that ski joring continues to show up and exist. There's a board that communicates and all of that. I think the duration of commitment I'm comfortable with, but I'd like to lock in this, I think, more feasible aggregate contribution. And if 5 years is, you know, if you guys are on the other side of this saying like ski joring needs more money than this and we're not comfortable with it, then, you know, maybe we do a 2-year term instead of a 5-year term. But if we could agree at the 5,000 contribution we made before plus the in-kind at 8,225, I'm good with everything else.
And this is always the first draft contract presented with the, I call it the wish list from every event. You will see more longer term contracts come across your tables soon. But Mr. Harper, thoughts?
I appreciate everyone's comments. That's it.
But yeah, I agree. The longer term contract is nice to not have to revisit this every time. You're like, oh, what did we do last year and the year before? Kind of rehash every year. So I think that that's a really positive step forward if we can agree on the financial side.
I think you'll see a revised contract come across at our next meeting.
And I appreciate the board's willingness for longer term contracts. As you put it correctly, Mayor Furman, that it does help ease the event organizers' minds, making sure that they are welcome back. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
And I didn't intend to have kind of like the last substantive word. If there's any other trustees that want to weigh in on my thinking of, you know, agreeing to this longer term contract, but limiting the cash contribution to 5,000 plus in kind, I'd be curious to know if there's anyone who thinks we should go a different direction, or is that sounding good to everybody? Just where are we at?
That sounds good to me. I like that idea.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think if we, you know, if it's agreeable to ski joring and we, you know, and that those are the terms of the contract and we want to extend that for 2 years or 5 years, that sounds good too. I think the less we have to revisit and like discuss previous conversations that we're sort of fuzzy on, or the board switches over, the more we have this settled and the, you know, less pressure there is sort of annually to have revisit this, I think the better.
And it's more predictability, I think, for the organization and the event. So I like that idea as well.
Great. Any other comments or pieces of feedback before we move on to the next agenda item?
I appreciate your time. I hope you all have a good evening and stay warm. I'm going to go crawl into bed.
Thanks, Nathan.
All right, thank you, Nathan.
Feel better.
Great. Well, the next item on our agenda is new business item 4B, the 2024 Town and County Intergovernmental Agreement.
So Willie and I have been working on the updated 2024 intergovernmental agreement between the town and the county for the shared services, including building, including emergency services, building and code enforcement, and the carriage house. And the expected cost for the town will be $12,872. That's laid out on the expenditure spreadsheet in the packet after the agreement. The date of the contract is the date the commissioners will adopt the agreement in December.
Okay, so do these budget numbers reflect the budget as it is current, like, sorry, can you restate for me?
Sorry, so the highlighted portion of that, of the budget numbers that you see are what the town fills in. And the other budget is what the county fills in. So like the fire pension, the ambulance, the fire building. And, I'm trying to pull up the packet while I'm doing this, are all filled out by the county. And then we fill out our portion of it, which is the building, the town portion on the bottom there.
This may be a very ignorant question, but is there a reason that our sheriff's contract is outside of this contract?
I don't know what the reason is, but it is outside of this contract. And I'd have to research that reason.
And
Are there any
is it-
shared services other than the sheriff's contract that are outside this contract?
Isn't the fire
Yeah, so
department
ambulance,
budget too? Yeah.
ambulance and fire, and then our building and code and carriage house. This is how it's been done before I came, so this is kind of the system that they were using. I don't know why the sheriff's contract
Because
is.
it's not a 50-50.
Yeah, it's,
Split or-
yeah, I mean, all these are 50-50.
But it would just take another line.
Yeah, I would just.
Well, and I guess I'm confused too, because this for the fire also only has the escrow, the pension, and the building. It doesn't have the operational budget that's like shared services either for the fire.
And those are presented individually to the town and the county.
Yeah.
I
So
don't know
my-
why.
That's
that is-
where I was sitting with my question.
Yeah.
So
I'm
my
sure
feedback
there's-
on this sorry.
What's that?
So my feedback on this contract is that I'd like to see all shared services included. I would like to see the rest of the fire budget included in here as well as the sheriff's budget. And to have that all detailed with the, relevant splits as opposed to
And is that,
just doing it as it always has been done.
is it the entirety of the ambulance budget on there?
That's the entirety of what the town pays.
Yeah.
See,
Um,
even.
Unless there's something we're missing and Willie's like, hey, here's why we do it this way.
Yeah, it's just that we've already kind of done the fire budget separately, and so to add it back in here might get a little confusing, but I could try that. I could talk to Willie about that. They've already presented. I'll try that.
I guess I'm confused because I don't feel like I'm asking for something substantively different where the terms are different or the dollar amounts are different. I'm just asking for it all to be reflected in a single document.
Okay. And there might be some CRS rules with the sheriff. I was reading CRS earlier today and it does break it out. So yeah, I'm not sure why, but if it can all be included, I will try and provide that. If it can't, you will see the same iteration next meeting.
And is the county, does the county budget reflect something additional in the shared services that they're providing that we wouldn't see here?
Yes,
Okay,
the emergency services, sales tax,
yeah, right.
monies, the fire department and the ambulance and the clinic. That they get some monies from those, but it's.
But this is
not-
showing expenses. It's not, oh, except for building permits.
Yeah, that's the only revenue that we.
That's,
Oh, yeah, the building inspector.
but we don't see any revenue.
No.
At all.
And I just want to clarify that I don't think this would be in place of the other contract we're negotiating with the sheriff that defines the services the sheriff provides. This is just our intergovernmental agreement that talks about the splitting of expenses, it seems. So I just wanted to make sure that it didn't sound like I was asking to like mash a bunch of agreements together. I just wanted to make sure this one was like the full scope.
So you're looking for the full fire department budget to be included in here?
The sheriff.
Yeah, anything that we split with the county, I feel like, because the purpose of this agreement, my understanding is like this is short agreement. This isn't like a big meaty document. It's 2 pages. And so my understanding is that this is just talking about argument with the county and how we proportionately split the cost of certain services. And then the substance of those services, we have other agreements that talk about exactly what their obligations are. And so with this being kind of like a high level summary financial split agreement, it seemed like we could include the rest of the budgets for.
And I just want to be clear on what the rest of the budgets are. So that is the
Cool.
full, the sheriff's budget, is that correct? And the full fire department budget? Are there any other budgets that you're referring to?
Are there any other budgets excluded that are shared?
No, other than what's laid out in this current agreement.
I think I understand where Shane is coming from, because to me, maybe I'm too optimistic in our public's engagement, but I see this as a document that helps support just overall like accountability and transparency. And so if someone was interested in the funding and the agreement between the town and the county and the funding of it, this is where they would go. And currently, to Shane's point, it doesn't actually reflect the totals of the shared services split. And so it's not particularly complete from like a public person's perspective. Again, maybe no one out there really cares, but
Or if there's a really good reason why it's done this way, like please don't reinvent the wheel just because I was like, I think it'd be nice if this was a little bit better. If there's a really good reason, but if it's just arbitrary that like this is how it's done, and like maybe we added the shared service with the sheriff later and it just didn't get added to this, and it's something we've never updated, we might as well do our corporate housekeeping and update it.
Okay.
And I just had a clarification question too. So the town owing the 12,276, the reason it's that low is because of the building permit revenue, right?
Correct. So
Yeah,
we
okay.
received all the building permit revenue, and I actually had Anna break it down to what was town, what was county over the last 5 years, just to see if, it was still kind of a 50-50 split, or if we were getting way more and then they were getting subsidized. But it actually evens out over those years on the building permit revenue. So I'm comfortable with the 50-50 split. So.
Okay, great, helpful. And then my other question, let's see what my other question was. Let me look here. I feel like when we were having the conversation with the fire authority, the comment came up about funding for EMS. And I think I remember someone mentioning that the town doesn't contribute to EMS in shared services, but we clearly do have that here. So is it
Yeah.
possible for either Tyler or Gloria to clarify for all of us?
Yeah. So what you see, the shared services for ambulance, EMS ambulance here is what the ambulance budget historically was prior to the EMS sales tax passing. And the previous agreement was that the town and county would split the expense for EMS, and that's what it was. And then after the sales tax passed, we received more funding through that from the county per the county commissioners and Willie. And so, and also it's us, Sheriff Department, Fire, and Silverton Public Health but that's not included here because because the sales tax was a county-wide referendum is, I guess, my conclusion. And this is
Yeah,
what the
that makes
original split
sense.
was. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, this is, you know, before we had any sales tax, this is what the budget for EMS was, and this was your 50-50 split. So
So it gets carried over.
we still receive this money.
And it's the same every year.
Yep.
Yeah, that's helpful, Tyler. And it makes sense. Like the voters approved and the county is collecting that additional sales tax for those services at the county level. It's dispersed at the county level. The town doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be like come back to the town and then be back paid to you guys. So that makes sense. Got it. So we still split with the county that 43,000, well, 86,000 total, 43 for each entity for EMS services. And that's the town's total contribution in addition to the carriage house maintenance. So historically, Tyler, any budget increase that the ambulance has sought has gone to the county. Is that right?
Yeah, we have the budget increases that we've asked for came from the surplus from that sales tax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
This original budget hasn't changed in my tenure here.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Great. Any other feedback or questions on this intergovernmental agreement? Okay. Gloria, any other direction needed?
To be clear, I'll look into why we have two different agreements, shared services, and then see if it's possible to add the fire department budget and sheriff budget to this IGA. Okay.
Great. And you have the out that if this is if there's good reasons, just let us know. Please don't pursue it if it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Great. All right. And then we have the next agenda item, which is the addition of 4C, which is the cemetery discussion.
And so the Historic Society Board requested to meet with myself and the new Parks and Recs and Facility Director on November 14th to discuss a recently installed phone booth on a cemetery plot. The conversation led to the cemetery committee and the current status of that. And in April, we held a work session around the cemetery fence and the committee. The committee had not been active in several years. This is a citizen committee, so if we were to reform the committee, you know, the board would need to appoint, similar to the historic review committee that we did. So I sent you all that, and I will include it in our packet since I did just add this for C. And that was actually on me because I thought that I was waiting for an email with this packet information, and then I found it printed in your all's in your inboxes. So scanned it in and put it in, but basically what they're asking for right now is several things. So a moratorium on all, I just want to get it right for what they're asking for. Hold on. Okay, so they would like to reinstate the cemetery committee. They would like to stop all new plot sales, and until that cemetery committee can come up with a set of rules for what is put in the cemetery. And then, there's one more ask in here. Trying to find it. The moratorium was on all new stones, markers, monuments, until a new cemetery committee is formed. And am I missing another one of their asks there? I think that sums it up.
There was a request to relocate the
Oh,
phone booth at their
relocate.
expense.
Yeah. That's it.
At the Historical Society's expense.
No, the expense of the.
No, the expense of the Historic Society.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, just
Sorry.
because it would just be moving the repouring a cement pad, I think.
So at this point, the Board of Trustees is kind of the decision makers for this, for the cemetery, since we do not have a formal cemetery committee at this time. There was an MOU presented that Todd and Bev signed. We had discussed this at the April work session and had decided that it was null and void. Because the rest of the cemetery or of the Historic Society wasn't able to weigh in on it. So it was something that we met with Bev with the understanding that she was representing. But it mainly, the controversy was around the fence at the time. So I think at the time we decided this wasn't a legitimate memorandum of understanding, so. What staff is asking you all is to help us prioritize this ask. It is no small feat getting a citizen committee together and formed, but to have, we do feel like that is something that should happen if we are to move forward. And we would just ask that maybe we not work on it right away, and maybe we could have, if there's any new plot sale or any new markers that came up, we would run it by the board as a whole in the consent agenda. Until we got that citizen committee going, or you could go down the route of stopping anything that's actually going into the cemetery. This phone booth was a different form of, it was different than most applications, because typically they have to submit us a death certificate. And that was not done at this time. On the application, it did say a bench or something.
We don't require a death certificate for the placement of a headstone.
Oh, we don't require
We don't.
that.
Typically that happens, but we do have a handful up there of other headstones that have been placed. The person is not gone yet.
Okay.
But this was one of those cases where she purchased the plot and placed the phone booth up there. We have no rules as to what people can and cannot place up there currently. So.
Jane.
Yeah, so I want to acknowledge how important the cemetery is to so many people in the community, and to recognize that this is a really important issue to a lot of the community. And I hope our solution that's proposed by staff and that I support, and I hope the board will support, is a good interim solution for all the people who, you know, care very deeply about this. I think this is a great example of things that pop up where, you know, we try very hard to make sure that we can react in an appropriate way and address the immediate concern, but also not throw everything else to the wayside that staff's working on. And right now staff is very overwhelmed with priorities, and this is something where I think, we can say in terms of the long-term goal, this is important, it's on the list. It will become a priority, but maybe it's not number 1, 2, 3, 4, or even 5, given like all the things that are going on right now with, the budget and wetlands and affordable housing and infrastructure and bump outs and code rewrite. I mean, the list is really, really long. So I thought that staff did a really good job coming up with the proposal to require a sketch or picture of the headstone when a plot owner's representative provides a death certificate to town hall in order for that headstone to get approved. And that this rule would, go into place relatively quickly. And it doesn't sound like that would be very burdensome for staff to set that up. And then when we have more bandwidth, actually pursue the establishing or reestablishing of the cemetery committee and the bylaws and all the other rules and procedures that go along with that. Like Gloria referenced, it took 6 months to do a good job creating the historic review committee, and I don't think have that bandwidth right now for the cemetery committee.
I support
I
that.
think, yeah, go ahead, Sally. Oh, I was just going to say, I agree with Shane. I think this is really important. I think it's important to have clear guidelines. It's kind of like our code rewrite, right? If we make it straightforward and transparent for people, and we kind of put in the variety of values that we as a community, being such a unique historic space, I think it's really important to have guidelines. I agree with Shane and the staff recommendations on kind of putting this on the list. And having the kind of interim solution that staff proposed. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiment as well. And I apologize. I'm kind of getting up to speed on this one a little bit late here, but the cemetery is a place that is really sacred and special, and we've had it come up multiple times over the course of, years, whether it's been the fence or, this current particular issue, but it seems like, and so why I'm saying that is because I think that we can potentially serve the cemetery better if it doesn't try and happen rapidly. And I know people don't stop dying, but it seems like this might be an appropriate season to just take time to work it out and do a really good job and figure out where everybody's coming from and then create the best possible solution. So I would prefer that we not rush on this one to do a good job and also to align with the current priorities.
Does anyone else have thoughts on this or want to recommend anything different than staff's recommendation? Is everyone supportive of staff's recommendation?
Yeah, I'm supportive of staff recommendation, and I just want to say I know the cemetery is a very sacred and important place to a lot of members of the community, and I also want to remind everybody to be gentle with each other regarding topics like this. That's all I really have to say on it. Be kind.
I support the staff recommendation. Yeah.
All right. Okay, it doesn't seem like there are additional comments in the room here, Shane.
Okay, wonderful. Gloria, is there anything else you'd like in terms of direction on this topic?
Melina, you got it? Okay, no, we are clear. We are going to be putting those in the consent agenda if we do receive any applications before we form a cemetery committee.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is consideration to approve the consent agenda items.
And I just want to point out a couple things in the consent agenda. The APs include a backlog of payments that needed to be made to the sheriff's department. We were behind on our payments. And then November 2023 sales tax collection marks the highest total sales tax collection to date in history. And that would be 2 years or 2 months in the rear. So
So it's to August.
yeah. And that's the highest we've collected. So that's really awesome. And then it also includes the letter of support for the More Housing Now grant that we discussed in our housing authority meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second,
Thank you. Roll call, please.
trustee Edwards,
Yes.
trustee Franker,
Yes.
trustee Harper,
Yes.
trustee Grandma,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney,
Yes.
Mayor Berman.
Yes. Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is staff reports. And I believe we've got John Seitz on for a public works update.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, John.
Hey, John.
So we have, I put a memo in with this agenda. So kind of cumbersome, but it does break down the high points of what's going on in public works right now. And I can run through these quickly. Definitely dive in or feel free to ask questions to me directly if you want to get some more information on this stuff. But so we finally got our wastewater collections system grant application in. It was a pretty epic process. We got it in August, and we've been going back and forth for the last few months with the USDA to get it wrapped up. And we would hope to find out about that by the end of the year. Now, again, this particular project, it will address deficiencies in our collection system, our sewer system. So we'd be looking at replacing some pipes, lining some pipes, replacing some manholes, things of that nature. And the big question with the collection system project is how much is going to be grant and how much is going to be loan. And USDA does that on a case-by-case basis. So hopefully that will be in our favor, and we won't have to be burdened too heavily by debt service on that project. The second major project, as you all are aware from the public outreach in late August, we've been working on the wastewater treatment facility replacement. And that's a several-year project, but we're getting our feet wet on that now. And we've got a $10,000 planning grant to help us get started on the basic engineering, which is the facility size and our effluent parameters that will be required by the state for that plant. And once we have that information, then we'll be able to seek more funding for design and start planning for construction. And that planning grant work we should be doing that within the next 2 to 3 months. Moving on to the asset management plan and utility rate study. Now, these are two separate but related projects. So the asset management plan basically organizes all of our assets, and we're working on this with Colorado Rural Water, by the way. This is one of the services that they offer with our membership. But basically we take inventory of all of our assets, all of our facilities, our buildings, and this is all related to water and wastewater. Pipes on the shelf, valves, even pipe underground, and you put a life expectancy on all of your infrastructure. You plan for replacement, when and how much it's going to cost to replace things. Generally it's the anything over $5,000 you wouldn't include in this because you would be going too deep into the weeds. But it's a great planning tool, and we're putting the finishing touches on that. And another thing about that is it also includes major replacement costs, like the two projects that I just discussed, the wastewater projects. So that also helps you as you go into your utility rate study planning, or how much is it going to cost to run this system next year, in 5 years, in 10 years, et cetera. And the utility rate study is also happening at this time, and we hope to have some results from that rate study very early next year, and be able to make some recommendations on how our rates look and if they need to be adjusted. So look forward to that. And then in general, I'll just rip down through some of these other topics that were in my memo. And this is just kind of basic stuff that we have to do. We've got to recoat the large water tank. That should be done in the next year or two. We've got some stuff that needs to be done up at the water plant, and we will likely bundle the water plant work and the tank recoat in one grant. We've been replacing hydrants. We try to do at least a couple a year. And at some point we may roll those into a distribution system grant where we finish out the ones that we haven't had a chance to do. And that distribution system project might include water main looping, which is also in this list. If you don't know what water main looping it is, when you have dead ends in your water mains, and they should be connected in a loop to the rest of the system to improve water quality. And we have a lot of dead ends. Also in a distribution system project, we may replace meters. Right now we're working on working on a meter overhaul, and hope to be able to get to the bottom of that early next year. I expect we will have, kind of jumping ahead to personnel, we expect to have a couple of more employees in public works, a maintenance worker replacement and a public works administrative coordinator to help out with the meter problems and planning for capital, these big capital projects that are coming down the line. Source water, with our growth that we've been experiencing, source water and making sure we have enough source water, potentially more storage. Those things are being planned for. Transmission lines need to be inspected via video camera, where we'll drain one line and run off of the other and run a video camera up through the line, the entire length of the line. The Bear Creek line is 3 miles long, so that's quite a project. And then once we do the study on the condition of those pipes, then we'll be able to say, okay, do we need to repair? Do we need to replace, et cetera? And then finally, last but not least, our water treatment plant, which has been functioning wonderfully, especially since the 2019 upgrades that we did. We should really have a second treatment train. And right now we have one treatment train. And you can't design a water plant in Colorado these days without 2 treatment trains. And it makes perfect sense because of redundancy and being able to take one train off the line for maintenance while the other continues to run. And in addition to a second train, I also mentioned additional storage, which is something that might help alleviate our source water needs down the road. Now that's big picture stuff. Obviously we do operations and maintenance is always number one, but those are kind of big capital projects that are mostly water and sewer. And I would also add to this list asphalt maintenance on Green Street. which is a big ticket item. It just does. I don't think of it as being as critical as the water and sewer, but it absolutely will have to be done. And then just wrapping up with equipment, fleet procurement is an ongoing thing. Obviously, our heavy equipment is in great shape. We've added a third loader to the fleet this year to try to improve services. And our pickups and dump trucks are not in great shape. So we're exploring different avenues to try to get those replaced in a cost-effective manner. As you know, most of our trucks don't really even need to leave town. So we're really considering purchasing used equipment. We've got a couple of newer vehicles that we can get back and forth to town with. But we really need to fill out the fleet to get the guys around town to get jobs done. I mentioned personnel. And then finally, development. As you know, we are growing like the proverbial weed here the last few years, 2 to 3 years. And it's putting strain upon our department as well as all of the departments in town. And as you know, you're going to want to keep a close eye on that and make sure that we're making decisions that will perpetuate responsible growth and doing it in a way that's sustainable to our future. That's pretty much it. If you have questions, I'll be glad to take them.
John, just on that, okay, thank you. This is a great update. On your last point, and then we can go back. I think you have way bigger things on the list here, but just on your last point, I've been curious. It used to be published in the newspaper and I haven't seen it lately, but a way to, and maybe this is if it's easy and we can publish it in our packet, what the building permit, what building permit and like tap fee have been paid or pulled in the last like 5 years. There used to be this thing in the paper where it would say like in 2018, we had this many building permits. In 2019, this many building permits. Because I know obviously like growth and development comes in all phases and it doesn't necessarily mean new development, but just I'm trying to get a read on exactly what's happening right now. And then also communicating that with the public. And I'm wondering if you have any sense of when it comes to this new development that we're seeing, we can't obviously predict the future, but what's currently happening, if that is seasonal, if it's year round, are people turning their water off and on? I'm just wondering like what the load looks like over time.
Yes, some of that data is readily available. The building permits and the taps, we have pretty good records for.
Yeah, I think something that simple.
The seasonal stuff is probably would take some more work.
Don't do that then. Let's just figure out what's happening.
Sure. Well, the building permits records are not my department, but I'm sure that I know that they're very available. Water taps are easy, at least for the last few years. Prior to kind of COVID, when we started getting explosions of tap installations, we didn't really keep number records because we were only installing 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 taps in a year. And this year we were down for taps. Surprisingly, we only had a few taps go in this year. But the 2 previous years, we had 15 each year. And that is very hard to keep up with from an operations perspective. Yeah, I mean, it just really blows it out. But then there are other types of development that put strain on us that you don't see, like developers that are speculating and they want to develop in a difficult place. And there's a lot of Q&A and a lot of back and forth and talking to them and their engineers, and it's really time consuming. So that's just part of what development strain does to our organization.
I think kind of under, oh, go ahead.
Your admin coordinator should be able to help with some of that, right?
That's the intent. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm just looking at these projects, you know, we've got a wastewater treatment plant in the 20 to $30 million range. And then we've got the rehabilitation project. I mean, it just seems, I know how many people you have, and it seems to me that
Mhm.
this is gonna add up and become a really, like you said, that Q&A and a little back and forth like that can become burdensome, especially when you have these other huge projects going on. So just making sure that you have the support and the people that you need is going to be important.
Yeah, thank you. And that is appreciated that we were able to get an employee that could fill that role. And as we grow as a town, we may need more. And as you've seen, staffing's gone up quite a bit, but I believe that we're providing a higher level of service collectively, not just the Public Works Department. But when you have more staff, you can provide a higher level of service. But it's the same thing, hiring people and doing big capital projects. The trick is always paying for it. So that's what we rely on you guys to help us with as well.
John, I just want to say this update is super helpful. I know it's all in your brain, what's going on. It's in Gloria's brain. We get periodic updates, but I just think having it all in one place for the public or for us to access, and just because we do get those questions on public infrastructure. So I really appreciate the update and the stuff you're working on. Kind of piggybacking on that comment around staff and capacity and future growth and development. I just wanted to kind of put a question mark or plug in there for you, for Gloria, for future planning. What our needs might be around more kind of, I don't know if the employee would be an environmental engineer or just someone that has the brain and the capability to really think around our future development, how water flows. I mean, we're dealing a lot with wetlands now, but just thinking about kind of the more environmental, how the environment is shaped and affected as we have development. And so just curious on there if that's something you see in the future of needing us to think about more as we have bigger scale projects or projects in more typical infill lots. Do we have the expertise through SJM or through others to really get the right people looking at kind of the broader town impacts to some of these single developments or multiple developments? That's just something that's been on my mind for the future.
That's a good question. Gloria and I have actually talked about this, and something to think about in the future is, especially when you're speaking about staffing, is having a staff civil engineer. Because civil engineers are very versatile. And even if they're not an expert in a certain area, they're aware of a lot of things that are around development and impacts that they can have, things that they've seen in the past where the problems arose, whether it be environmental or just practical. So that may be something to think about. Even a part-time engineer would be good.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, and it could be civil is right there. Just someone thinking about how all this affects the overall impacts to town and downhill neighbors and sideways neighbors, and how our water and our dirt and all of our stuff is impacted here in town.
Dana said stuff, but she really meant to say poop.
Any other questions, comments?
Great update. Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, this is awesome. Thank you.
Is there anything that we need? John, you mentioned earlier when you were looking at the water and the sewer projects, you know, we need to sort of wait and see on like what the funding looks like, grant versus loan. Is this the time that we need to mention or like keep talking about rate increases?
I think that we will be talking about that in the next 8 to 12 weeks on a very informed level.
Okay.
If you can wait that long, we really would like to have the input. We have a feeling, but we really need to have the support of a professional rate study analyst to back up anything that we might want to suggest.
Great, we appreciate that. And yeah, just trying to be as transparent and open with the public that that's coming down the pipe.
Yeah.
Haha, is a sewer joke. That's for you, Jim.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm glad to do these updates as often as you like. Well, every 6 months would probably be reasonable. But I get so focused on what I'm doing, I don't really think about what everybody else thinks about what I'm doing. But yeah, I'm glad to do these more often if that's helpful.
Only to the extent that it doesn't take away from what you're doing. It is really interesting.
It's good. It's good for me too, to kind of sit down and think about the big picture, 30,000 feet instead of getting bogged down on 2 or 3 projects at a time.
Well, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next item thank you so much, John, and I hope you have a great rest of the night. The next item on our agenda is committee reports, but were there any committee meetings since our last trustee meeting?
Not that I was aware of, but I wanted to ask Dana if there was a chamber meeting.
No, the next
Okay.
big chamber event will be town and chamber potluck in December. So
Great.
I don't know, Gloria, you're gonna provide an update on staff reports because I had a question there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
I just wanted to call out Gloria's staff report and the very significant number of meetings, the significant number of grants, the significant number of things. And I know we're full on in budget season. But as we just continue to think about priorities, just where we spend our money, also thinking about where we spend our time. And I just wanted to put a plug in here for this board in how we facilitate some downtime for our administrator in the coming future. So I know, Gloria, you're good at advocating for yourself, but I also wanted to make sure it's on all of our radar, knowing what a busy season it's been with budgeting has been particularly beastly this year and a variety of open positions and training. So I don't know if, Gloria, you want to add anything there or make a plug for it, but I just wanted to call that out as we have things that come across our agendas for prioritization and we think about your time in the future to make sure you get some time off.
Thank you. And I do anticipate taking a couple days after the budget is adopted. Great.
And more than a couple days in the future as well. We want sustainability for you. So that's what I'm advocating for.
Great. Yeah, I'll be taking some time off this winter as I can fit it in.
Hopefully on the deepest days.
Yeah. Hopefully it snows when I take the time off.
Okay, great. Anything else on staff reports before I move on? Okay. In that case, the next item is trustee reports. Do we have any trustees with something to report?
Not really my thing to report, but I did go to the Silverton Land Use Code website, and I just wanted to advocate for the community to check out the land use. Clarion has posted an annotated outline and asked for feedback. The survey is really simple. I did it. It didn't take very long. It took a while to read the annotated outline. It's 39 pages or something, but I think just for the community to offer feedback on the land use and development code rewrite is really important. So it's silvertonluc.org.
and that'll be posted until December 4th.
Oh, yeah, right.
And if you forget, just pick up the newspaper and it's in there too.
There you go.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sally. Next item on our agenda is continued business 9A, the 2024 nonprofit request allocation.
And in the last meeting, staff was asked to put together a score sheet for the nonprofit request based on timeliness and completeness, which I took the liberty to score. And then on master plan priority fund, stewardship, leveraging funds, and sustainability, which you all scored. We had 5 out of the 7 trustees respond to the survey. By the time, actually, I checked again today. So the results are in your packet, and I want to amend that memo as well. I'm asking the trustees to cut about $39,330 from the budget to hit our reserve mark. This section of the memo is not updated like the ski joring or the budget memo. Basically, I had found that I had put in the budget software twice in our budget, so that's why it dropped from the number that was in your packet to the 39.
Got it. So I think to come to some conclusions tonight would be helpful on the nonprofit request. So I think we should just go one by one and agree as a board what we would like to fund relative to each request. Does that sound good to everyone? Great. Would you all prefer to use the sheet that it's probably easiest for us to use this spreadsheet that's in our packet? It's not the same order or quite as much information as was in the last spreadsheet for the nonprofit request, where it showed the 2022 funding amount, or the 2020, last year's funding amount, the requested amount, and then a blank for us to decide what to do next year. But this does have the requested amount and what the 5 trustees who responded on average suggested. Was that fine to go in this order and use the spreadsheet? Great. Okay, so the first one is Single Track Society. They requested 10,000. We've done 10,000 each year. And this is for the Bakers Park Trail building. We've also received lots of emails in support of this project from community members.
I would like to
anyone like-
advocate for funding that full amount for $10,000. I think we've received feedback, certainly in our emails. It's been a project that's been supported over the past several years, as we know. And I recently attended a meeting that was to review and reflect on the GoCo budget process with Silverton Single Track. So I was just there representing the town with Silverton Single Track, and then Austin came for the county, and they emphasized the importance of, I think they would have preferred to see, like, our $10,000 almost looked kind of measly to them. And so Clem did a good job of framing that amount in terms of, like, relative to overall budget, relative to size of the community, which was really useful and compelling. But I think that reducing that number, I don't think that's worthwhile for us as a community on something that's so well supported and something we've done year after year.
I agree with Sally. I think it's a great way to leverage funds for a significant project that will benefit our local economy, benefit locals and residents. To me, it's a no-brainer, and decreasing it by $200 feels kind of piddly and gives the signal that I don't think we want to give. So to me, that's pretty clear.
Yeah, based on what we've filled out the rubric, the 5 trustees who filled it out, I think rounding up to 10,000 is fine. I like don't see a problem with that.
And
Well, so keep in mind that as an average, so somebody probably said we should, like, 4 people said 10 and 1 person said 7,500 or something, and that's how we ended up with that number.
And as Clem said, when they go and look for more money, when they can show that they've had the continued support of the town, and then we have been like clockwork every year, that goes a long way to,
It does.
yeah,
They
getting the
mentioned-
other money.
brought that up.
So making sure that it's just been a sustained amount that we continue to support is important to getting other monies.
Great. So I guess flipping it around, since it sounds like everyone who's spoken so far is in support, is there anyone who objects to $10,000 for Baker's Park? Awesome. Okay, 1 down, a few to go. The next one in the spreadsheet is the request from CSAS. They requested $4,000. We gave them 2,000 last year. And this is something that's identified as a priority within the master plan.
I'd advocate for giving them last year's amount. It seems closer to the amount that was requested in the bid, and that seems like a way to honor a commitment and prioritization and be consistent with last year. That's just my opinion.
I agree as well.
Yeah,
with the $2,000 funding amount.
I looked at what they gave last year, and I think that would be appropriate, or what we gave last year, sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
Great. Anyone want to advocate for something different? Okay, awesome. So 2,000 for CSAS. The next one is the senior center, who requested 4,000, and we funded 2,000 last year. This isn't identified as a master plan priority, but I think an argument can be made that we talked about aging in place resources as an important thing in Silverton. And so this one's kind of like gray area where it's definitely seems like a community priority, even though it's not specifically identified in the master plan.
I've had some conversation with Carrie on this, and I think there are some other possible sources for funding. I also think that the town is looking at additional ways to support the senior center. Like I know it was mentioned in our budget that the furnace might need to be budgeted for in the future. So while I love this project and it's very dear to my heart, I would advocate to closer maybe the 2,000 or 2,500 funding amount.
Yeah, I think this project seems important, and it is something very specific, and it came up in a lot of the meetings that we had at the end of last winter in terms of like safety and health during emergencies and when we had power outages. And so I would be open to funding more than 2,000 or closer to, you know, like 2,500, 3,000. But then I think, Dana, the opportunity for additional funding for this project, like if it can happen with additional funding, like I think 2,000 sounds like it gets them close enough that additional funding gets them all the way to the generator. And that's within reach. But I do think it's important that I do think it's important that this be seen to completion.
That's the one thing I was looking in her request. Will it happen if we don't give her the full amount?
I think I don't remember Carrie's answer, but Dana, you said you spoke with Carrie on additional.
Yeah, I think we've looked at some additional grant opportunities. Again, I can't speak specifically to Carrie's budget. But I do think there are some other options, and I know that she's also submitting a request to the county. So I don't mean to not advocate for it, but I think there are some other options there. So I think if the town was willing to commit between 2,000 and 3,000, I think that would be a great support. And I would be pretty hopeful that there would be other funding that would get that project to the finish line.
Would anyone like to advocate one way or the other differently than Sally and Dana?
2,500 sounds fair.
Yeah,
Liv, Jordan, Tyler.
25.
I agree. I like 2,500.
Do we need to build in any flexibility in the event that they can't get the generator if they don't
That-
get the full amount, since we don't have a
That's what I
definitive
would-
answer?
That's what I would, just my question would be, because if we give them $2,500 and they can't get the rest of it, then yeah, having some sort of backup plan might be wise.
Let's have backup for the backup generator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I support that.
How do we do that in a way that's clear for Gloria?
I can double check with Carrie that she can bill us when she receives the other amount. So if she can confirm that she has other funding and then we can contribute, that's one way. Or are you guys looking for, if that's not enough, we need to look for more money within our own coffers?
That's a good question.
I think it's just based on my professional experience at last year during power outages, I think it's a really important and it could be really valuable for the health and safety of one of our populations here in town. So I mean, I think it's an important project. That said, if we say, you know, we'll give you $2,500 and more if you need it later, then the chances of them just saying, well, we just need it all now might, you know, I don't know.
I think we can guarantee $2,500 and then if Carrie can write or update us on what her other funding, the status of other funding. That will inform whether or not, you know, inform and document the attempts to seek other funding and express our support that we'd like to see the senior center seek additional funding. And we also want to guarantee $2,500 for the project.
I'm gonna play. I like the idea of, you know, sticking with our conservative budget, but are we overcomplicating something? Like, are we creating a bunch of work for $1,500? Like, if we're comfortable with $2,500, rather than creating all these like hoops and follow-ups and toggles, shouldn't we just do the? I feel like we either should do the full amount or we shouldn't do any. I think all this other stuff, it's not enough money to require additional effort for Carrie and staff.
Well, it's such a specific request and it really is something that if it's a generator, like if you don't have all the stuff and all the parts and everything in place, then you just can't operate, you can't get half of a generator. So I wrote in my notes that I would be open to funding the full amount if additional funding is unlikely and that the project needs it to succeed. And I just do not remember Carrie's answer. I know we asked her.
Yeah. I mean, I would advocate for just funding the full amount then to make sure that it, and then we can make sure it gets done before hopefully it can get done before we're in the season where it's really,
That's needed.
really needed.
All right, I'm leaning towards just funding the 4,000.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning that way too, after discussion.
Also me.
Okay.
Okay,
Sounds good.
any strong objections? All right, go done. Great. The next one we have is the farmer's market. This one is another one that I would call gray area. It's not specifically identified in the master plan, but in terms of the ethos of the master plan and developing community resources and us being a food desert, this seems like a very important amenity for us to have fresh organic produce and an opportunity for local vendors to sell. They are asking for $9,000, and last year we funded
6,500.
6,500. Yeah.
I think this is an important priority. I am a little hesitant to so fully fund staffing, and I do think we gave some encouragement last year to pursue some more models for sustainability and other grants. And so I'm a little reluctant to fund the full amount. I would be a little more interested in something closer to 4,000 or 5,000. Again, demonstrating support, but not so fully covering the cost of the staffing for this work.
Yeah, I agree with Dana on that. And at one of the last meetings, we talked about sustainability. And so I'd like to see more of how this can keep going without us funding the full amount, possibly every year. I also lean more towards Dana's number of like $4,000 or $5,000.
That's where I am too.
Tyler, Jim, or Jordan?
That's tough one for me because I think it's a good community resource. I kind of view it as like a library function in that sense of providing a service to the community. But I'm fine with 4 or 5 if that's what everyone else thinks, but I would be fine with more than that too.
Yeah, I think the lower amount is good for this. Yeah. Again, hopefully a lot of these projects will become more sustainable in the future, and we don't have to subsidize them quite as much.
So
My number was $4,000, which does not reflect my love of farmers markets or appreciation for the presence of them in our community. I just wanted to see additional funding sources or increased sustainability structure.
I agree with Sally, and I also agree on the 4,000 number. I think that's what I rated it as well.
great. Would anyone like to advocate for a number different than 4,000? Okay, awesome. The next one is KSJC radio station. They asked for 3381 to complete their PA system, I believe, and we funded $1,314 last year. I had been on board with some level of funding for this one previously, but I think with the deficit budget that we're looking at and cutting cost and then deciding just now to fund the full amount of the senior center, I would probably ask them to make do with their current equipment for this year and to come back next year. I do think they're awesome. I think they do a great job. I would like to support them more, but we have to figure out somewhere to cut.
I can go along with that thinking, especially in light of the senior center increase, but I'm really into this idea of I'm getting a thing, and that thing kind of accesses or creates a contribution that goes beyond the value of the thing. Like the generator is a perfect example. In the case of the radio station, it's a relatively low cost for a high value investment. And I definitely have noticed the presence of that service at like a huge variety of events. I agree, though, it's sort of amenity-ish, like looking at the global picture of the budget. Like it doesn't fit into the category of generator for the senior center. But I do like that it's a physical, tangible item that then kind of goes off and does its thing beyond the cost of its physical components.
I like the way you frame that, Sally. I think I was kind of thinking similarly, is like, we gave them some money, they've shown what they've done with it, they've really showed up to a whole variety of community events, I think had a kind of strong and stable board, a lot of engagement and enthusiasm and commitment, and really leveraging this thing, the speakers, the sound system, beyond themselves. So I was actually kind of flip side interested in like, let's fund them this year. Again, we're not making any commitments for future years, but kind of like, okay, we've given you a really good starting place for a couple of years. Go do your thing for a little bit. I realized I said that to Alex at one of our last meetings, and of course he's like, well, I'm not promising that I'm not coming back for more funding in the future, but that's kind of what I was thinking, is like, hey, yep, okay, let's give it to you, get the complete package, and kind of hold tight for a bit. But I don't know if that's feasible. I could also go with the argument that Shane made of, they've been doing pretty great with what they've had recently, so let's defer for a year or two.
I'm abstaining from this one because I'm employed by the radio.
Yeah, I would like to fund all of these projects to the maximum, but we can't. We just don't have the budget for it. And I would love to fund this project as well, but I think compared to some other things like the generator for the senior center, I think is really, really important, especially for health and safety and wellness immediately. And if we have to make a cut somewhere, maybe this is it, and then hopefully we can fund it next year.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, there are potential suggestions, and it came to mind too, of just, maybe in future years, we don't award money consecutive years to the same organization to try and make our asks a little more thoughtful of us. Maybe it'll be easier to award the full amounts for organizations then.
Okay. Would anyone like to advocate strongly in a different direction?
No, I already did.
I still think they should get something. I think we're trying to reach out and participate with each of these organizations that have taken the time to request something. My thought at our last meeting 2 weeks ago is that we do a little something, if not cap it from what the ask was last year. Even if the request is half of the 3,300, the 3,400, I think it's 3,381 or something like that. it shows our participation. It shows the fact that we're willing to engage with our partners that are wanting to engage with us.
Do we know if that's helpful for them if they're trying to buy something that costs that exact amount?
I'm looking at their list right now, and they have several items here. And I guess, yeah, I don't know if they need all of them, or if like we could just say, well, we can fund this speaker this year and next year we can get the lighting system.
Or if it gets it closer.
Or if it helps,
to,
yeah.
like decreasing the gap, like we've gotten this far along, so now we can fundraise $2,000. That's doable. 3,300 isn't.
I will say I haven't totally looked into it yet, but a lot of equipment, especially regarding music, is available used on Reverb and some other used sites. I don't know if the board has looked into that or if Alex and Danny have. I haven't. But that might be an option for us.
I like Jim's idea of honoring the commitment that folks have made. Alex was really diligent in showing up to all of the variety of meetings. We've talked about this numerous times. I like the idea of providing something to the variety of these partners, and I'm sure they wouldn't say no to a $1,500 check, even if it's not the full amount. And so, is there something we could offer? Like,
So do we want to go with 1,500?
Yeah, let's pencil 1,500.
and I'm keeping a running spreadsheet as we go, just so you know, so I can give you guys a total at the end.
Yeah, I actually am doing that too.
I'm doing that too.
Okay, great. The next one we have is the Animus Theater Group. They asked for 2,000 last year. They were awarded 1,000.
My number is 1,000.
Yeah, I think I put what we had given previous years.
I definitely think we should fund them. They've really demonstrated success and new community support and enthusiasm. So I would love to see that funded at some level. I can go with $1,000.
I'm also on the board for this one, so I'm not going to weigh into what we should be awarded, but if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Great. So 1,000 for those guys. Any objections? Okay. Next one is EMS. They requested 3,000 and we have not funded them in this manner in the past.
And I will be using.
I'm inclined to award them the full amount. They haven't come to us before, and they specifically noted the baby boom in town for the reason for needing this equipment. I think similarly to the generator, this is one that we really need to do.
I agree with Liv. I also think, as noted earlier in our shared services discussion, the ambulance has not come to us for a budget increase. So this to me seems like an easy way to provide a value add to the community in this fashion.
Kyler, can I ask why this came here rather than as part of an overall budget increase?
We hadn't budgeted for this particular equipment previously, and because we have been using. So what we're asking for are, we use single-use pediatric SpO2 monitors, and because there have been so many babies the last year, it's just sort of come out of the blue that we're doing oxygen checks all the time for pediatric patients. And so it was just sort of in between budget season, and so yeah, that's why one of our supply people came here. They saw that there was money may possibly available, and we came here for it. I will say if it's not funded here, we will be looking at other avenues to fund it. Certainly, this is something that we're gonna be trying to, well, we will hopefully be able to fund this, but I think, yeah, this is something that's gonna be necessary for us to have. And we did just do our 2024 draft budget, and this wasn't included because we were waiting to see what happened here at the town, but yeah.
And what's the town's contribution to the 2024 budget outside of this nonprofit request?
$42,000.
So I'm supportive of funding it as well, but I'm supportive of funding it through the normal budget amount and seeing an increase there rather than
Agree.
putting it here. It seems confusing to put it alongside these other kind of like non-essential service organizations.
I like that idea, Shane, of just putting it in that line item.
So it's still fully funding it. It doesn't necessarily change the bottom line of the budget, but it's a cleaner accounting of the expense. I support that.
So it'd make our contribution to the MS 45 or 46. I forget if you said it was 42 or 43.
Tyler did, and it's in that contract.
Right.
It is 43,200.
Yeah.
I feel like that's aligned with, we kind of did a reorganization of all this by like separating the partner organizations from the nonprofits and the town county split items. And I just like to be disciplined in keeping those things in the categories that we're trying to keep them in.
Agreed.
And
Does
then
that
does
sound
that
okay to
look
you,
like
Gloria?
an annual budget increase for EMS? By
Well, if
that
this is
amount?
it just depends. That's a question for Tyler. Is
This
this
is
something that you need to buy?
This is a one-time expense, and they should last, 5 to 7 years. So yeah, but no, it's a reusable product. So it would be a one-time expense.
And that's okay to put it into the contract because this contract is renewed annually. Right. Okay.
Cool. All right. Any other comments or advocacy for EMS? Great. All right. The next one is Mountain Studies Institute. They have requested $3,000 and last year were funded $2,500. I believe the purpose of the funding is different this year than last year.
Yeah, it looks like the purpose of the funding this year was, oh shoot, hold on, sorry. Attending meetings. I have all kinds of things clicking up right now.
I think that sounds right, Sally. It sounded like regional stakeholder meetings. For me, I think the MSI is definitely identified in the master plan, and it felt easy to fund their request last year. It was for particular, like I think equipment or data. I think this year I'm having a hard time justifying funding their staff attendance at stakeholder meetings. So in the spirit of Jim's idea of funding a variety, I'd be more inclined to fund something closer to $1,000, but not the full requested amount and not necessarily what we funded last year, because last year was for a specific quote.
I agree. My number here is 1,000. I think it's important to show support. I think we want to be a partner, We want to show support for MSI, and I guess potentially I would have supported funding more for MSI had the request just been in a different category.
Yeah, like last year's was for the equipment that was going to be on Red Mountain Pass,
Yeah.
which
Mhm.
that's easier for me to fund than attending meetings.
Okay, great. Any other thoughts about this one? Or is everybody comfortable with 1,000? Okay. The next one we have is Silverton Mountain Film. They have requested 1,000. They were not funded previously by the town. I also believe that they say Silverton Mountain Film as opposed to Silverton Mountain Film.
Yeah, I think a better way to say this is Mountain Film on Tour Silverton.
Yeah.
But
Oh, right.
that's for later.
Has nothing to do with.
Yeah. We'll go through naming later.
Yeah. That was confusing. I had someone asked me about that, but I can kind of go either way. I'm obsessed with Mountain Film. Full disclosure, I love going. I've had a movie in Mountain Film. Oh, Jim, yeah, you want to?
Yeah, it's $1,000. I think we go ahead and fund it.
I was gonna say it's $1,000. That's an impactful amount. It's not significant to the overall budget, and I think it enhances and
Brandon does a great job.
yeah, it has a connection to the creative district. So to me, it's sort of like a tag on there, but I definitely see, like, if we were looking at, amenity wise, it's above and beyond. Like, it's not a generator for the senior center.
I think it's showing energy and enthusiasm, though. It's low cost, it's good value, it's $1,000, I think. I'd support funding.
Well, and it does a lot for their overall budget. Like, that's a significant impact.
Yeah, I support this one.
Yes, do I?
Okay, great. Any objections? Awesome. The next one we have is the Silverton Family Learning Center. They've requested $10,000 and we did not fund them last year. There's no request.
This one's tricky for me because I think, like, if we think about the master plan, if access to quality, affordable childcare wasn't in place at Silverton, it would have been all over our master plan priorities, right? Like, we would have heard about it. It's kind of like healthcare or other things. When it's not there, you really notice it. But I'm also not totally sure about the town's role in funding childcare. And so I feel very mixed here. I think it's a super high priority for functioning in our community to have reliable, quality, affordable childcare. I'm just not sure about the town's role in funding that. And so I'm not totally clear on where we want to go here.
Well, my thought too is that $10,000 is really does not go very far to pay. Unfortunately, it does not go very far to pay for. It doesn't pay for that much childcare, and that if this is a tuition assistance program, I would just want to see, kind of like the lottery system for for housing, like, how is it set up and how is it fair and how is this distributed and how far does it go and what's the impact? And I think it's a little unclear exactly how this program will work for the Learning Center as much. I mean, and I support the Learning Center with all of my heart and soul and served as the president of the board for that. organization for many years. And it's not that I don't think we should consider funding something like this in the future. We would want to talk kind of like Dana said about what's the role of the town in funding childcare. But at this stage, it seems like sort of an idea in its infancy. And I think for the amount of impact $10,000 will have, it's just it's not something I would support funding at that amount. However, you know, I put my number here is $2,000 as like a spot, you know, emergency situation for a family. Let's get them through the month, or, you know, it's sort of like an as needed, sort of at the discretion of the director. It doesn't necessarily need to be documented and established as a tuition assistance program, which I think should be really documented and distributed fairly.
I'd also just generally like to, I mean, a lot of this is still shaking out at the state level, but to see what the impact of switching to the universal preschool program is for the Silverton Family Learning Center and for the Western Slope as a whole.
Yeah, with the election.
Yeah, my understanding was that it was more gap funding until the state provides kind of the additional funding they've been promising through the universal pre-K. Because I know at least in the short term right now, it's really raised the rate of, you know, 6-month-old to like 3-year-old childcare here.
Yeah, and the tuition, I've heard, yeah, you're right, Jordan. The tuition rates have increased for families, and I know that's created hardship. But I know when I was paying for childcare, like I spent way over $10,000
Oh yeah, no.
annually. And that was for, you know, one family. So now it's way more than that.
And in conclusion, we would like to decide.
I'm fine with whatever number we decide with, because I think it's going to end up being used more, like you said, an emergency fund rather than like dedicated tuition assistance program, just because 10,000 is a drop in the bigger overall bucket.
Yeah, so my number for that was $2,000, because I think if a family, if it's, you know, if a family needs to be offset by $500, that can potentially help 4 families, or I don't know how it really shakes out, but it's kind of like what Jim said. It's a way of showing support. This matters to us, and making the numbers work.
Jim, what do you think?
I'm hearing the number 2,000 getting thrown around. I see on the actual submittal, the consensus of the 5 trustees that turned in their notes are saying 4. Why don't we do 3?
Sounds good.
I think that's amenable.
Any objections to 3?
No.
Okay, let's go with 3. The next one we have, and the last one we have, is the Silverton San Juan Clinic. They were awarded $6,448 last year and are requesting $8,100 this year.
I think supporting them last year was easy for me, because we were getting them computers and things that they could use every year. This, I think, is for an employee or a partial salary. And I think it's sort of I think it's tough to try and fund an employee through a grant because then you might not be setting them up for success. Then they're gonna either need to come up with a sustainability model, which we didn't get in their ask, or we're gonna have to fund this again next year.
Well, and this is the same, kind of the same conversation we had about the farmers market is when we're funding staff, there's questions of sustainability in the long term.
Yeah, and you guys know this is super near and dear to my heart. I mean, healthcare access in Silverton is a huge priority, something I care a lot about. I think when we funded them last year, the real focus was on funding the electronic health records and really finding a way for the clinic to be financially sustainable so they could start recouping some of their costs and charging insurance for some of the care. And I just think we haven't quite seen that play out. And so I struggle with funding a staff position. When again, I think they really need a financial model for sustainability in the future. So I'm worried just, yeah, about that sustainability and capacity. Again, I think because it is an important service in the effort of funding everything at a little bit, I had a number that was closer to like $3,000. And again, I think the staff position is important. I think the work the clinic does is super important, but I think we need more demonstration of just financial stability for the future. So I had a number that was closer to 3,000.
That's mine too. And I think the total that I have here, if I didn't miss someone, is 34,500.
I have 33,500. Maybe I'm missing something.
I think because the amount for the emergency medical service we moved, right?
Oh, whoops. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
I didn't
it
zero
applies
that.
to the overall budget, but we have it 0 for this total.
Okay.
So are there other viewpoints on this last one for the San Juan Clinic, Silverton San Juan Clinic?
We're going with the 3 that's been suggested.
That's what Dina and Sally suggested, yes.
I'm fine with that.
Does that work for you guys? I'm good with that. Okay, room's good.
Okay. All right.
Dana, do you want to weigh in on that?
No. My only last
Yes.
comment was how helpful it was, Gloria, to have this framework. It just like put numbers up there for us to talk about. So I just really appreciate all of the colleagues' discussion, thoughtfulness, and approach. I just wanted to put that out there to my colleagues.
Yeah, the Google form was great. The turnaround on it, the capturing of our
I felt the rubric
struggles.
allowed there to be more objectivity in the assessment. Because I think we would all like to fully fund things in an ideal world. And this is not a budget that would allow that. We had to work in the constraints that we had. And I really appreciated the framework the rubric gave.
Yeah, totally agree.
And it allowed us to have the hard, thoughtful discussion. So appreciated that.
This isn't going to make me any friends, but I think I'm feeling a little uncomfortable about this arbitrary dollar amount decision to just award people for their effort. I would have done zeros for every single one where we didn't have a hard and fast reason why. I would have done, yeah. And so I'm in support of the majority of the board, but I had 0 for almost everyone that we weren't just like gung-ho about.
Is it a realistic ask that maybe going forward, we can have a bit more of a framework for like grading these applications and that maybe we can make that public for the people applying for the funds?
Yep. No, this is definitely something that, we started 2 years ago.
Mhm.
So, this is this is the third iteration of it. And we're refining the process as we go.
Yes, Shane, I do kind of agree with you, but I feel a little weird about like there being this kind of like precedent set, but I also realize therein kind of lies the issue is like we're continuing to set it. So that's also say like I hear you.
Well, I mean, last year in the discussion, I think we were, was it a specific budget ask? How is it going to be used? Was it something that we should fund with tax dollars or not? Was kind of like the framework. And then this year it was more like, we can't fund everything. So let's contribute to each of these. Like, they're all great organizations. They're all doing great things for the community. And so I think it's more of like, I think that our decision was to support the organizations more generally and to make ourselves feel better, even though we can't fund them the full amount. But if I was making the decision in the vacuum, I would say, yes to the things that
Oh, never mind.
were for certain going to be fully funded, that we had clear direction to fund, and no to the, I wouldn't fund a position with the clinic. If they
Right.
ask for equipment or something like that, probably. But for these like ongoing costs as opposed to single purchases,
And I guess
I'd
that's
probably
all to
say no to all those.
say, I'm hoping in the future we can have a little more clarity, not just for the board, but also for the people applying. Cause I don't know, that it's super clear on either end.
Sure. And I'm not looking to rehash anything. I think the board had consensus on everyone, and I think we're doing a good thing, and that all the organizations will appreciate the contributions, hopefully, and not be too disappointed if they're not getting their full amounts. I don't think we're wasting money by any means, but I wanted to just say that it kind of, I don't know, it feels a little weird to just be arbitrarily saying like, 1,000 sounds good, 3,000 sounds good, without having like a direct goal that accomplishes.
I would have just appreciated, again, a little more clarity in the framework. And like, this was a good framework to start with, but I found myself like calling Gloria and asking like exactly what the number that we were taking things out of was, because that hadn't been decided at the last meeting, and then adding percentages to all of my answers so that if there was a number we needed to hit, all of my answers could be adjusted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's noted, Shane.
Great. Okay, so that concludes our discussion around the nonprofit requests and allocations. And our next item on our agenda is 9B, the 2024 draft budget finalization, for which Gloria has prepared an incredibly helpful memo. And I will pass it over to Gloria to kind of walk us through that memo and making some big decisions.
All right, so I've included in your packet an updated 2024 budget with the updates highlighted in your memo. I've taken the feedback of retaining 25,000 for capital improvements for the Riverwalk, increasing staff wages by COLA in areas where they gained additional training for their position. I did not add back in the 112,000 in matching funds. So if the trustees would like to prioritize this tonight, you will need to give me direction to do so. I was anticipating if there is an overage in our, like, as we go through the year, then we could be using that as matching funds. There is a slight monkey wrench that will be thrown into our projected revenues. Our mill levy on our property tax with this last legislative session. It's looking like it's going to be less than 30,000, maybe even less than 15,000. Kim, Buck, and I are still working on that, and we're hoping to finalize that before our next meeting. But since that just came out, we're literally today just going back and forth. In your packet is the general fund. So over the weekend, I was able to finalize the other funds and have emailed them to you separately. And I would like to request a special meeting to discuss the rates for water and sewer, because at this point, both funds would be going into the negative. And that's also a point that I want to drive home here, because if we do need to subsidize it we cannot adopt a negative budget. So if we were to subsidize it, would have to come, maybe from the general fund. So wanted to put that out there, just to keep that in mind as you go through this. Some areas that I identified as far as requests were made. And this is really, I've talked to a lot of mentors about this, and some of them say, put in all the requests and then have your trustees take them out, or you have them put them in individually as the requests come in, which is the most ideal way to do it. But unfortunately, we didn't have that time this year or luxury to do that. So I was kind of forced to put them all in and then have you all take them out, unfortunately. So we have the nonprofit request, which we've covered, and you guys are $9,000 under what I put as a $40,000 budget there. So I just wanted you to keep that in mind as well. The IGA with the county is an agenda item that we just added, I think, $3,000 to, so I will be updating that. The partner requests, big ticket items, so that was reduced since we did talk about the scheduling, was reduced to the 5,000 instead of the 10,000. So that's now $19,000 that you all have been fiscally reducing our budget by. And then the creative districts, 30,000 is still in there. The fire department, I felt like we were given the direction to fund their proposed operational increase, as well as the additional 23,000. Chamber of Commerce, I felt like we were given the direction to fund that with the last contract that we signed with them, knowing that it's going to be renegotiated next year as Anisi Park comes online. I still haven't received full direction on the sheriff's budget yet. So those are the areas. I did try and refine some of the priority areas in the budget, and that includes the COLA raises and the 25,000. So that kind of gives you an overview of what I'm thinking. I put a lot of little graphs in there too, which anyone can make now. You can just go on. Yeah, I know. I'm going to make it live as soon as it stops glitching on me, but it will be live soon.
Love the graphs.
So really what I'm asking tonight, since we've cut down that 19,000 and anticipating that, potentially about 15,000 will be cut because of the property tax. Just keeping that in mind is like maybe looking at the big picture of 10,000, and then also in your head, just because we can doesn't mean we should on some of these requests. So that's what I got for you.
Great. So I think we should do this the same way we just did the nonprofit requests and just tick down the list under requests in the memo. Does that sound good to everybody?
Yep.
Okay. So that means we've already talked about the nonprofit requests, and we earlier this evening talked about the IGA with the county. So we'll start with partner requests, and we already talked about ski drawing, so that just leaves creative districts request for 30,000. Which I am still wholeheartedly in support of funding the full amount. I think we're getting a bargain.
I'm in favor of funding the creative district at the full $30,000. And it feels like we're stealing from them. They're so high functioning. It's like a full employee on staff, and they do professional work, and they hold themselves accountable, and it's just a really healthy, thriving organization in our community that's doing everything from summer sounds to, events throughout the entire year. And so I think if we paid somebody to do that job, $30,000 would seem like we couldn't pay somebody to do that job for $30,000.
I think you're muted.
Sorry, what sticks out to me with the creative district is really the opportunity, I'll say, for leveraging funds. And I kind of think about this in the same way I think about like the housing authority or becoming a certified local government or the Main Street program is like by them having more stable paid staff, they are able to move much more quickly and closer to becoming a certified local government, which we heard from Lisa and their board really opens a lot of opportunities for additional funding. And that funding can be beyond supporting artists, right? It could include housing, it can include makerspace, it can include real infrastructure, real estate opportunities that the town can't currently take advantage of. So for me, it's kind of like funding San Juan Development Association, where we get more bang for our buck because of the kind of official ways in which they're able to operate. And so, I'm not, like we talked about the clinic, we talked about some of these other organizations where I'm not super in favor of funding staff positions. I think we heard from the creative district and from Lisa that like this is sort of seed funding to make things more official and for them to be able to pursue more diligently the certified creative district status, which I think is a big win for the town. So that's why I would advocate for funding that in that way.
That's an important distinction to make. And it is true that they have to show that they're paying staff, which ultimately I think allows them the access to the funding. That is what is the sustainable piece of the organization, that then they achieve creative district status, and then that accesses additional funding from the state to allow for other funding sources to fund staffing and projects.
Right. And
as expansive as housing.
Well, and when we're thinking about something like a farmer's market or a clinic, those things should be able to have other opportunities for financial profit or financial sources, where something like the creative district doesn't quite operate in that same way. So that's to me the distinction of why I would advocate for funding that.
Any other thoughts from other trustees?
I think they do a lot of good work, and I definitely see the benefit during the summer for the community as a whole. And I do feel like it brings people in. I know that we don't have data, but I definitely see people here for the concerts.
Jordan, Tyler, Jim?
No, I'm in favor of supporting the creative district to the full amount.
Yeah, likewise.
Let's do it.
Awesome. Done. Okay. The next is the fire department. When we had the last conversation, I think our paradigm was slightly different, where it felt like we had a little more budget surplus, and things have become tighter and tighter since we had that conversation. Is the board still in support of the $23,000 that we've given them as discretionary funding that we all know is likely to be used for fireworks, as well as their somewhat nominal budget increase of, it was like $5,700 or something like that. Is that still feeling good for everybody? Or do we want to discuss that further?
Well, so this is partly my confusion from, I think, a previous several meetings ago, when we were talking about this portion of the budget and in the shared services. And it was my understanding that after we increased the the general fund or the operating budget of the fire department last year by the amount of $23,000 to whatever purpose they wanted to use that money, that we wouldn't entertain a request to increase the amount in this year's budget. And so I think sort of to separate the fireworks out, fireworks are not, I remember saying, I didn't think we were talking about fireworks. So to take out the fireworks piece for a minute, I support funding the fire department at the amount we funded them last year. And I don't know where the 5,700 amount came from. I somehow missed that. I think going forward into the future, you know, how we do fireworks in Silverton has been just a long discussed and somewhat contentious issue that we haven't quite yet navigated in a way that seems perfectly transparent and fair to the fire department, who's ordering fireworks, which expire, which are subject to fire bans and lots of dangers. And that like the town certainly relies on and enjoys, and it's a huge event for the community and lots of visitors in the summer, and as well as it just being a kind of difficult item to put in our budget annually. So I appreciated the creative solution last year when we just said, you know, then this is just going to go to fund the general operating budget. But I don't think we've really solved the fireworks problem. And then we received an increase in the overall budget this year again. And so it was my intention in our previous meeting, and I guess I just want to reiterate in this meeting, that I would like to support funding the fire department this year at the same amount that we funded them last year. That included the increase of $23,000, but not an additional increase of between 5,000 and 6,000.
And I may have missed, but whatever that number was, Lori, do you recall? The budget increase for the fire department that was independent of the 23,000.
So yeah, so on 2024, it was 54,750. And then I'm looking at 2023 real quick. And of course, my computer's going to crash right when you guys come on.
Well, in any event, it was something in that ballpark, and we can come back to that.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Looking it up.
So any other trustee thoughts?
I would echo Sally's sentiment that I have found this discussion to be a bit confusing around funding the fire department, although I was not on the board when you guys had this discussion last year. So it's been a lot of playing catch up, and I'm still a little confused because it sounds like there was an agreement beforehand, and I'm just a little lost on to how we've arrived at the numbers we have right now.
I could attempt a quick recap. So in the past, there was a 4th of July committee and a fire department that together, well, so the fire department did fire department stuff. They had a budget. 4th of July committee was responsible for the 4th of July. They worked with the fire department to put on the fireworks display. And the town contributed all of or a large portion of the funding for the fireworks, but only a portion of the overall funding to the 4th of July. The 4th of July committee raised a bunch of additional funds from other businesses and individuals to pay for all of the administration and other things that go into having a successful 4th of July in Silverton. We, as a board, decided that we didn't feel very comfortable funding the fireworks last year and instead funded an identical amount to the cost for the fireworks to the fire department as discretionary funds in addition to their budget request. So they had asked for whatever their budget was, and then they'd also asked for money for fireworks and said, we're not funding fireworks, but we will increase your budget this amount with the expectation that in the future, you need to figure out how to fund fireworks outside of the town's budget because we don't really want to be funding that going forward. And if there's enough community support for fireworks every year, then there should be funding sources outside of the town paying for the fireworks. And we did say, because we're going to increase your budget by $23,000, please don't come back to us in the future for additional funds. We're giving you a year notice that this is what the budget's going to be, and we would like you to plan for that. That all said, when they came this year and it seemed like we had somewhat excess funds when we were looking at this budget, a month ago, we were kind of wishy-washy about whether or not we wanted to fund their increased budget ask in addition to the $23,000 rather than holding firm to what we said last year.
Thank you,
And it
Shane.
sounds like,
think
it
that's where
sounds
I
like
got
in this
confused.
conversation we're now, now we're talking about maybe holding firm with what we said last year.
So
Go ahead.
my computer's up again. So last year, their request for 2023 was 49,900. And in my notes, we said yes to the 49,100 plus the additional 15K from the 4th of July line item and an additional 7K on top of that.
I thought the
I think
approved,
that's more confusing.
I thought the approved for 2023 was 41,900.
I'm so confused.
In 2022's budget was 41,900. 2023, they requested 49,900.
I have the opposite in my memo.
Oh.
I think it's also been very confusing because we've had Gloria and I went around and around with this about different instances of where the escrow has been put and the fireman's pension. So it's been very not super clear to anybody, I think, to our fire department when they're getting their checks, to us. It's been a bit unclear. And so I think we're all just looking for some clarity around that, because in our IGA, we also show that we are contributing $10,000 for escrow, and the county is as well, and then the fireman's pension. And I think that's why it'd be helpful in the IGA for it to all be in one place, so it's just clear for everybody what those contributions are.
And I'd say, I think about it as we have 4 different buckets of funding, and I don't know the dollar amounts for each one, but we have their operating budget that we contribute to. Then we have this kind of discretionary funding that we committed to last year of the 23,000, which the fire department allocates towards fireworks, but could allocate to anything. Then there's the pension and the escrow. And those are kind of our 4 buckets of funding towards the fire department. And we had in the past talked about continuing to do the escrow, the pension, the 23,000, and last year's budget for operations, but not an increase. And to the extent their operational budget increased, it needed to eat into that 23,000 that would otherwise be spent on fireworks. And they needed to then work with a committee or friends of the fire department or somebody to fund the delta.
Well, and I think the challenge here, I had a great conversation with Chief Archuleta earlier this year, and I kind of perspective.
You're muted.
Yep, sorry, I muted. So I had a good conversation with Chief Archuleta earlier this year about even how we fund their general fund, because reasonably so, it creates additional complication for them to have a line item in their general fund that is fireworks. And so their request to us was for the amount that is this quote unquote discretionary amount, that is the $23,000 that we all know is to fund our lovely 4th of July fireworks show. Their request is that goes to Friends of the Fire Department as a nonprofit, and then their general budget is separate. And so I don't need to request this for this year, but for future years, I think it would be really helpful if we just started potentially working on a contract for what that actually looks like if we are contracting for services for a particular event. Because I think right now it's not super clear. It doesn't protect the fire department. It doesn't protect the town for what we're funding, what we're spending money on, and what services we're receiving. And so I just think if we're funding Friends of the Fire Department in the future with a check, it should be clear what we're funding, for what amount, and for what purpose. So that'd be my request for the future. I think it'd just be helpful for everybody to know that predictability, just like we manage our other contracts and partners. But I think overall, this has been quite a confusing discussion for everybody involved. So I'm not quite sure how we want to proceed. I think when we had our last conversation with Chief, when he was here, I think Shane, you made a valid point that really we're talking about around $4,000 of an increase, or between $4,000 and $5,000 of an increase in their operational budget. And considering kind of the value and the service that we get from this fire authority, it wasn't really worth quibbling over, like, hey, reduce this amount by this much. And we kind of just said, let's approve the budget. So I think that's kind of where Gloria was coming from with what we thought we had discussed from the last meeting. I do think it is a bit confusing and unclear what we're funding where, but I think that's how we got to where we are, is because we said, well, it's $4,000 or $5,000. It's not really worth making a big deal over. But I think in the future, it would be worth us being more clear on the contribution to the Friends of the Fire Department. That's my perspective.
And part of this confusion comes from us trying to unwind the town from paying for fireworks. That was something we didn't want to be responsible for in the past. And there was a contract with the 4th of July committee in the past as well. But when that committee disbanded, it got a little confusing.
Yeah. And we had the urgency last year of timing for purchasing the products.
Exactly.
So, what would we like to do this year?
So it sounds like the options on the table are fund the operational budget amount of $54,750. Is that the right amount? And then as part of the IGA, fund the $10,000 for escrow, the $15,000 for fireman's pension, and the $23,000 for the Friends of the Fire Department. That's one option. The other option is to decrease the amount of the Friends of the Fire Department check by the budget increase, or the budget difference between last year and this year. I mean, are those kind of the two options we're talking about?
I wasn't aware that we were talking about funding the Friends of the Fire Department. I still was thinking that $23,000 goes directly to the fire department.
Same, and that's where I got a little confused, and I think the meeting a month ago.
Yeah, so that was the specific request from the chief, is that that check amount that is being used for a firework product doesn't really fit or belong or make sense in their operational budget.
Which is why they want
the town. Sorry, Jim, go ahead.
No, I apologize. Which is why they had requested it broken out.
Except that our goal was to not fund fireworks. If they choose to use their budget to fund fireworks, that's up to them. And if fireworks costs change, then they have to figure it out. Or if they want to do a smaller show, they can use the excess money for something else. But the whole goal was for the town not to directly fund fireworks. And if we cut the check to Friends of the Fire Department, then we might as well just go ahead and write the check directly to the fireworks company.
Well, and the challenging part about this discussion is I was so enthusiastic about the solution that we came to last year, because when we start talking about funding fireworks or not funding fireworks or funding this and that, it's just like the nonprofits. It's an expression of, like, it can be perceived as an expression of how much do we like you or not, or, you know, it creates a tension, I think, between the role that we're playing as stewards of public money and the relationships that we have with people in our community personally. And I think we've watched, you know, we've experienced how being in the position in this at this table influences those relationships either positively or negatively, you know, around like the expression of support that we're showing, which comes in the number of dollars that we're giving. And I think, you know, when we go to fund something like fireworks specifically, that is, we know that this is problematic for us. We know that it's problematic for the fire department. And I really would like to be able to have you know, we want to be a partner with the fire department. We depend on the fire department. They do provide an essential service for our community, and they have, you know, they have calls that they go on that are really important. And I'm having a hard time revisiting this conversation year after year, because it's a budget conversation that just gets fully wrapped up and loaded with all these other more personal and difficult to navigate perceptions of how we feel about something. And so, or, you know, about fireworks, about an individual, about a group of individuals. And I don't know, I guess I'm just trying to be perfectly honest about this scenario, because I think it sometimes gets in the way of just what is the outcome that we need to support the fire department and the job that they do, and what is the role that we're playing as town trustees in funding not just the essential service, but when we look at the amount of the fireworks, then that opens up that whole other can of worms. So what I wanted to advocate for this year is just based on last year's approach that we took to funding the shared service of the fire department, funding it at the amount that we funded last year. I recognize that for the purpose of the fire department, they can't have a line item called fireworks, so it needs to be called something else. And I think that's not an issue that we can solve in this year's budgeting process, but that just needs to be ironed out and worked on for future years, because fireworks creates just a whole other, you know, cocktail of questions that we need to ask about contracts and when and if and what's the cutoff date, and if we have no rain and the expiration and we need to buy by this date. Last year we had the deadline to purchase the fireworks. It comes with like a whole other host of questions that I think tend to sort of deplete our overall resources when it comes to just addressing these issues that needs to be ironed out and clarified.
Yeah, and I feel like this is close to the same conversation we had last year, which is why we've said here, this is the money that you get, do with it as you see fit.
Right. And we need to move on. We have other really important discussions that the board needs to have. We have these priorities that we keep talking about. And yeah, I don't know. I know I'm kind of going on and on about it. I don't want to be the problem, but I'd like to just determine the course of action and carry on.
So if we kind of backpedal a little bit on what we did, what we talked about the last meeting, and we do what we said last year,
Mhm.
and we say 2023 budget plus the 23,000 plus the pension and escrow.
Mhm.
Does anyone want to advocate differently than that?
Yeah, that works for me.
That works for me.
Jim?
Yeah, that works fine.
Okay.
And I apologize. My computer is going through an update in the background, and it updated.
no.
You can still hear me, but I think my screen's black because it's saying my camera's gone or something. So
Yeah.
I'm still here,
We can
guys.
still hear you. Okay. So then Chamber of Commerce is already approved with their contract. So the next item is sheriff's budget. I'll go first. So I watched the last meeting and it sounds like the sheriff's department struggled with staffing for 8 or 9 years, and that a position was filled relatively recently that has helped a tremendous amount, and that the budget increase is going to or would be allocated towards another position. I heard Bruce say that it isn't dire. I mean, we kind of heard both sides, like he's working lots of doubles, it isn't sustainable. But then when pressed and saying like, you know, how urgent is this? It sounded like this is more like a planning tool, something that gets them to their optimal capacity. And that it's a hard position to hire for. So in an effort to hit our target budget numbers, I would say let's plan for funding this additional position next year, but pass on it for this year and keep the budget without the additional. You know, if there was some other increase included, let's meet that increase request, but not reflect this additional position in funding. It also is like an earmark of dollars as opposed to a hard spend, because like we see this year a reimbursement in unused funds that were allocated towards the sheriff's budget. So it's possible that, I mean, it's certain that they wouldn't have hired this position by January 1st. So some portion of that requested increase wasn't going to get utilized in 2024 anyway. So I think just for all of those reasons, my view would be to say yes to the requested budget other than the new position.
I agree with Shane. I really support our law enforcement officers in the department. I appreciate their service and hard work. You all know I enjoyed a ride along in the backcountry last summer that was really eye-opening, and I'd really advocate for funding them at their current level. I think that the request for additional funding for staff we have a lot of priorities that we're balancing, and that we could really use those funds potentially for other applications, like grant matches for housing or affordable housing, supporting our infrastructure needs, investing in community assets. And I just don't think we had quite enough evidence for the increased staff requests from the sheriff's budget as far as just call volume increases or overall needs. I think with OHVs not in town, I would have anticipated that kind of the overall need in some areas would have gone down. And so I think we're just always having to make trade-offs. And so I would like to, advocate for the budget increase minus the staff.
Well, and I was looking through the contract that we had in our packet last meeting and just thinking a little bit about, how to analyze the services that law enforcement's providing and then justify the additional staff. I know, Bruce made the case for it when he was here. And I can hear what he's saying, I heard him request, it creates training opportunities and a more sustainable work schedule. And so I think in the sort of package of request for additional staffing, that's a $63,000 expense for us. I think it would be good to justify it to the community and have that look, like, anything in the scope of services gives some framework for a spreadsheet of information of just, what's the routine patrol look like? What's the call volume? Traffic, I think Tyler has this for the EMS. Accidents, reported, accidents where you go on scene, assisting in emergencies, like what are the numbers of emergencies? What's the call volume like, seasonally or monthly? I'm sure this is information that the sheriff department has. Traffic control, citations. I don't know. Just looking through the contract gave me some ideas of just what would, analytical take on justifying an additional $63,000 for the town's portion of the budget look like.
Other thoughts?
So if we're just gonna fund a portion of the budget for the sheriff's office, what does that increase look like?
We'll fund the full budget. I wasn't suggesting to decrease the budget request other than the addition of the new position.
Mm-hmm.
There's two new positions proposed. There's a deputy and reserves. Both are unknown at this time. There's
But
50
there was
in that.
wasn't there like other equipment or other
That's from
small expense increases?
Yeah,
So we were
there
saying
are.
let's not. So yeah, and so what I was suggesting was that we fund those, but
Mhm.
not the new hire
Right.
portions.
Thank you, Shane. That's where I was going
Right.
with this.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
So the new hire portions is actually 78,911.
Oh, where did I get 63?
I'm looking, yeah.
Okay.
So are you able to, Gloria, calculate the budget increase from last year to this year if we don't include that new hire portion?
Yeah, give me a minute. Our attorney is suggesting that, we maybe talk about the budget after our contract, discussions in executive session. That's what I was thinking. You want to promote him to panels? But I'm working on those numbers right now for you. So without the new position, it would look like 316,470. Our portion of it.
Which is a change from 2023 of how much?
From 2023, it is a change of. Oh, there we are. Okay, so we did 306, 306,036.
So up 54,000 or something.
306. That would only be up $10,434.
Oh.
So do we, based on Gloria, what you said, Clayton said, do we want to pause this conversation, or was the discussion of the dollar amounts fine?
I think it's okay. I
Well,
think we just started.
Can you guys hear me?
Hi,
Yeah.
Clayton. Yep.
Yeah, hey, sorry if you guys are, somehow you guys went quiet and I didn't want to talk. You couldn't hear me. Yeah, so I'm not suggesting one way or the other, but just as a matter of process, if you were going to discuss, if we're going to discuss the, possible contract negotiation with the sheriff's contract in executive session, my advice would be is to wait before committing to a line item on the budget, because that discussion could, yield additional different type of guidance to staff, which might have to undo a decision you made unnecessarily. But if that's not what that's not what it's on there for the executive session, and I'm just misunderstanding something, then that's of course up to you guys.
Thank you. I defer to Gloria. What do you recommend, Gloria?
I'm okay with talking about the actual numbers right now. If there is something that comes out of executive session that we have to change, that would be okay. But if this is, I'm okay with this discussion right now. If you all.
So you guys support an increase of the budget less the new position?
Correct. What do you think?
I don't think that they'd be able to get a new hire in there, but I do know what it's like to be short-staffed. Yeah, I mean, what did he say? He's been short-staffed for 8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
That's. Yeah, it would be nice to see call volume increases, et cetera, and, have some more support for why we're going to go ahead and spend another, whatever, $100,000 on a position. Yes. And like Shane said earlier, maybe bookmarking it for the following year, but making sure that we know that this is something that's on the horizon, and we're going to have to bite the bullet and get a new position, fund a new position. Maybe that's the right idea.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that aligns things. I mean, obviously, like the sheriff may feel different, but it aligns things, I think, from a timing perspective a little bit better, because like up to this moment, there's uncertainty whether or not they have 2024 budget for this increased position, so they can't recruit for it today. But if we at least express support of this increase for 2025, then they can begin recruiting for it during 2024 with the anticipation or slightly more certainty that the board will support it in the following year. And then maybe their effort aligns with their budget, and it's not just a placeholder that causes us to like cut nonprofit budgets or partner requests or other things like that for 8 or 10 months unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. Copy.
Yeah. And then also to just prepare the justification.
Yeah,
More
that's,
than
that's
just an oral presentation. Something that can be in our packet and presented to the public.
I think that's the piece for me because of course, like law enforcement is essential for the health, safety, and well-being of our community. Like there's no argument around that. All of our deputies and our sheriff really providing service in our community is super important. But I guess just trying to understand the prioritization that we're making, it certainly didn't come up in the master plan that we have really high crime rates. And that's a great thing. That's one reason why we all live here. But I just think having a good conversation around the need and how staffing has changed, I've been on the chamber meetings where we've talked about visitorship to the area has increased by 22% regionally. So it is important to acknowledge that we have an increase in visitors. I think Tyler, you brought up some important points, but I just think as far as funding goes, we just need a little bit more justification and understanding, and especially kind of the impacts of the post OHV decision and not having them in town and all of that. So I just think there's kind of some more details we need going into an additional budget commitment for this level of contribution. That's my perspective. And I may be one of the only ones on the future board next year when this is just discussed. So I may be sticking my head out there. I don't mean to be controversial and I definitely want to be supportive, but I just am looking for a little bit more context, information, and justification when we're talking about all the variety of priorities that we have.
Great. Anyone want to advocate for something different?
It's good.
Okay. Great. I'm just going to tick through the other items to make sure nobody has a reaction and wants to open discussion on any of them, but it's 4% cost of living increase added to the budget, reduction in events and communication budget, retaining the $25,000 capital improvement fund for the build out of the perimeter trail, not yet tackling a budget line item for translation services or land banking, even though those were mentioned previously. And I think that's it.
That was some of that was me. So I just was curious about the marketing and events has a $12,500 amount, and I was wondering what's the nature of that amount, or like how essential of a service is that amount for us? And maybe it's not worth talking about here, but it's budget season and we were in cutting mode. So I was just kind of going through and looking at everything with, a fine tooth comb.
Yeah, and originally he had proposed 20,000 there, and that's when we cut it back.
Okay.
Year to date, we are at about 12,000 on that right now. So
that's a reasonable.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
I'm anticipating that to be the same.
Okay.
These include Kendall marketing as well. So that doesn't come out of the Kendall projects up there. It comes out of this budget. And so that does include Kendall marketing as well.
And then I guess similar to like the bookmarking we're doing, I really think that if we plan, I really think it would be important. I think it's important to intentionally look at land banking savings and the town having the ability to purchase property. I think is important for numerous reasons, but I also recognize that it does not seem essential or to fit in this year's budget, but I'll just continue to advocate.
Yeah, I would add that somewhere, probably around number 13 to 15 on our priority list, we should develop a land banking strategy. that includes like parameters of what something appropriate for the town to purchase is.
I also think at least preliminary results of the wetlands assessment will be helpful in guiding that conversation.
Right, and the more that the housing authority kind of gets off the ground and, you know, starts to see what types of opportunities are out there and grant funding and match needs, I think that will become more clear as well. But I just think, yeah, I'm with Shane. It's somewhere down there below the top 10, but
I
it's
think of
nice
that
to
as
have
like
options.
I think of that as following like shortly after the code rewrite.
Cool.
Do we need anything in the line items for increased heating? Because I see you guys all in stocking caps at the moment. Just adding a little levity to all the hard work we're doing because it's kind of hilarious.
It's a little chilly. We're not in Mexico.
It was warm earlier.
Y'all are.
I know, it just so hot.
Gloria, are you updating things on the fly and able to tell us whether or not the revisions to the budget that were suggested this evening get us to striking distance of our goal?
I am not
Or is
updating
that
on the
okay? Don't worry
I'm
about
not updating on the fly, but we're reducing the 19,000 that we reduced as well as the 70.
I'd rather
Not
not put
70.
you on the spot.
30,000. I think we have hit our goal on our reduction just by those numbers. But the 78 was split between the two, so I'm gonna have to do that. But I think we've come down the 39,000 that I wanted us to.
Okay. Any other discussions on the budget before we go to public comment and then consider a motion for executive session? Okay, great. So at this time, we'll open public comment. I assume that there's still no one in person. If you're on Zoom, please click the raise hand button, and I do see someone with their hand raised. We'll keep a 3-minute timer for you, and please announce yourself at the beginning of your comment. Melody, it looks like you are now a panelist and at least ready on our end.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, very good. It didn't show the usual way to get sound on. Sorry, Melody Skinner, Silverton, 43, almost 44 years. You guys have done a great job tonight. I think you've done a really good job with lots of good discussions. Not to add to your problems about the cemetery, but one of the things I thought of if you're going to have a huge discussion is hunting in or near the cemetery. Over the years, I've heard of people being at the cemetery and hearing shots close by, and that someone actually was hunting inside the cemetery for big game. And I just think that's something you probably should add in your discussions about the cemetery. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I do not see any other comments at this time, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. We're going to consider a motion to go into executive session. And for those that are watching on Zoom, if you could please voluntarily leave the meeting, that would help us administer a potential executive session better. We will be reopening the public meeting following the executive session, but that is for the sole purpose of adjourning the meeting. So we will take, we'll just say like, it looks like the attendees are off. So if we can go ahead and just lock the meeting, or do we need to do the motion before we lock the meeting? So I'll go ahead and do that. So I would entertain a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 246402-4B for purposes of conferencing with the attorney to receive legal advice on a contract negotiations with the San Juan County Sheriff's Department, the sheriff's request for an alternative judge for liquor authority, and the sheriff's request for marijuana authority to be restructured.
So moved. Second.
Great. Roll call, please.
Trustee Edwards?
Yes.
Trustee Cranker?
Yes.
Trustee Harper?
Yes.
Trustee Bearman?
Yes.
Trustee George has stepped out of the room. Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
Yes.
Mayor Berman?
Yes, that's sufficient.